handled by the Committee on Finance. And I became flexible, I allowed that. But then when I went back, I read through the rules. I found under Rule 173, which I had quoted, that report is among reports which under Section 18 of the Public Finance Management Act must be handled by the Budget Committee. So this is with the new rules. So I want to make that correction. The report is hereby referred to the Committee on Budget. Next item.
Item number 3, statement by Minister on commemoration of International Anti-Corruption Day, 9th December 2022.
Colleagues, we received the statement yesterday, but as you remember, Leader of Opposition had a response to that statement. I know, Rob, you can use around 5 minutes, so that I allow a debate of 20 minutes, and then we proceed with the business of today. Rob? Oh, okay. Shadow Minister. 5 minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The statement is made in response to a statement made by the Honorable Minister of Ethics and Integrity on commemoration of International Anti-Corruption Day. Right Honorable Speaker, the statement gave the legal basis for the day, or is celebrated on 9th of December every year. I cannot in the current circumstances regarding corruption in the country state that I will be joining my colleague, the Minister, in celebrating a lost cause. The Minister's statement laid bare the tragedy of our country. I would like to inform the House that indeed the whole country lost the anti-corruption war before even the Minister came to office. A lot of statistics on the money purportedly tracked down, saved, and sometimes recovered is not backed by faces that allegedly stole that money. Right Honorable Speaker, as I will demonstrate, there are no punitive or preventive measures that are being reported either in the Minister's statement or in any official publication of government to assure citizens that government is committed to ending the outright theft of public funds. The Minister reported on key achievements. One, in the Inspectorate of Government. The Minister in her statement to the House reported investigation of 26 high-profile cases. Our country needs to know, who are these high-profile public officers investigated? What was the outcome of the reported investigations to warrant the recovery of 18.2 billion shillings? The Minister conveniently keeps quiet on any punitive measures instituted against such public officers. More so, no reported deterrent measures instituted to ensure that all public officials may find it unattractive to suffer the consequences of being caught in such corrupt practices. One of the ways of fighting corruption is naming and shaming, but the Minister only talks of recovery without saying which individuals or MDAs the money was recovered from. Most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister reporting 26 cases investigated does not mean they were successfully prosecuted. The House deserves evidence of prosecution. Without this, the Minister's statement remains hearsay. In the Office of the Auditor General, evidence in the number of and the types of audits conducted by the Auditor General in the last 3 years. The Auditor General, having conducted just 23 value for money audits in 3 financial years, is in itself a national tragedy. It's only value for money audits, where delivery of physical outputs are matched with the financial resources allocated, that you can see there is fight against corruption. The corrupt continue to account on paper while they fail to deliver services to our people. In the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Right Honorable Speaker, even amongst the short people, some are taller. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecution has tried to act on its mandate in the fight against corruption. Unfortunately, many corruption cases are literally killed administratively and in collusion in various public offices. The office can only successfully initiate prosecution when other agencies like police have conducted investigations. And therefore, we go to the Criminal Investigations Directorate of the Police. The Minister's statement revealed a huge challenge in the fight against corruption. The CID in the whole country only managed to register 318 cases of corruption. Even then, only, not even half, only 56 files were submitted to the DPP. And of these, only 23 were sanctioned for prosecution. Despite the sanctioning, there is still no evidence of successful prosecution. And then the State House Anti-Corruption Unit. The minister reported that the unit recovered 41.6 billion shillings, of which 8.6 was from inflated COVID relief food prices, 4.5 billion from local governments, and 3.6 billion from inflated compensation of Bukasa Inland Port Project affected persons. The question is, who are these people responsible for this loot? Were they prosecuted? What was the outcome of the prosecution? General reporting is as good as a cover-up. This House would be served better if the list of public officers prosecuted or interdicted is provided. Right, Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 is a recent problem. Were these officials first-time offenders, or they are the chronic thieves of public funds? They could actually still be in offices, stealing more money. Now, the prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. While my colleague, the Minister for Ethics, indicated a budget of 452.2 million for the purpose of commemorating the International Anti-Corruption Day, and whereas such monies exclude funds spent by individual ministries and agencies to fuel and transport their officials to the function, we request for rethink so that this money can be rechanneled to victims of corruption. The victims of corruption are mothers who died during childbirth due to inefficiencies in the health sector due to corruption.
Conclude, Honorable colleague.
Okay. I was saying the victims of corruption include mothers who die in childbirth, communities without clean water, public schools that don't have toilets, and many others. The list is really long. I think the activities for the Anti-Corruption Day would make sense by thinking of those who are being affected by corruption. More specifically, I would like to pray that the minister comes back to the House and tables the following: lists of individuals who have been investigated as reported by the minister and the respective amounts of monies recovered from them. Details of monies recovered and how much funds have been, how these funds have been treated. Then steps being taken to ensure increased number of value for money audits. Right Honorable Speaker, I consider that it is important for government to take the following actions: blacklisting all institutions and persons that are known to have been bribed or engaged in corruption, and ban them from bidding on contracts or holding public offices in future. Let there be a specific criteria for blacklisting institutions and persons to avoid court fines. Most importantly, Right Honorable Speaker, the President must walk the talk. More serious gestures must be seen in the person of a President fighting corruption, other than mere talks like the infamous 2019 anti-corruption walk in Kampala. The policy of zero tolerance to corruption must be implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, it is quite disheartening when you reflect on the statement of the President during the official launch of the lifestyle audit campaign, where the President, instead of supporting the IGG, he only warned her against auditing the lifestyle of thieves, saying instead of stealing the money and keeping it here in the country, they would take it abroad. This statement is an encouragement of corruption. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, as Shadow Minister for Information and Anti-Corruption, I will be seeking space to present the position of the opposition on the state of corruption in the country. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable colleague. I now open up the debate for 20 minutes. I'll just pick a few people. I'll start with Honorable Hilary Rokwang. I add on Honorable Kamateneti. I add on Honorable Max Ochai. Then I come this side.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for the report on commemoration of Anti-Corruption Day. Mr. Speaker, corruption remains a nightmare in Uganda and a leader for poverty in our country. Mr. Speaker, if you want to get a job in Uganda, you must be well connected with some people in some offices, because even before the interviews, someone has already been approved to get a job. Mr. Speaker, our roads, our buildings are collapsing because of short work and because of corruption. In our country, money is allocated to regions, but from the regions, money is sent back to the center, and people remain with poverty. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is about corruption, is about the issue of accounting officers. I am proposing that the contractual law basing on performance of these top government officials be amended. For example, for 5 years, if you are performing well, they should renew your contract. The permanent secretaries, the directors, the CAOs, the DHOs, those top officials, they should give them a contractual agreements for them to serve, and then after that they are evaluated, and then also freezing their assets for the corrupt should also be part of the law, because we are leaving these people at large. Someone earns 2 million shillings, but at the end of the day he has got a lot of skyscrapers all over Kampala and other cities. Where does he or she get the money? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Clerk, please time 2 minutes each. 2 minutes maximum.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I think, why can't he time after me? This time, I am not happy with a statement made by the minister. Reason, it was a bit flat. Yesterday he talked about Ntungamo having 31 ghost health centers. For the last 10 years, this statement has been moving around. It was talked about before I became a member of parliament. That was in 2014, and I think even sometime back in 2008. 34 ghost health centers, which means they get PHC, RBF, drugs, they have salaries. This is too much. They never come out to tell who is responsible for this. It has been moving around. They came to Ntungamo, they investigated. They called us in a meeting. State House did not tell us the names of those health centers. You cannot just stand one day and create a health center, which means it is a responsibility of Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, NMS, because they supply drugs, and public service. So it is not a matter of coming, you investigate, you make political statements, you incite violence against current leaders, you talk heaven and earth, and you don't give us solutions. So I think responsible offices, the other day they were saying they are bringing back drugs worth 5 billion. When you go to our health centers, people don't have even Panadol. Last time we moved around, they say they did not supply them Panadol, yet you're bringing back drugs worth 5 billion. So I think we don't need to come here and make statements and ask for money to go and celebrate. Let's use that money you're going to take to make functions, to go and look for these culprits. We can't keep celebrating, putting up tents when things are going wrong in the country. I submit.
Honorable Max Ochai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Made by the minister yesterday, and then as well as the statement made by the opposition minister, the shadow minister. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the minister yesterday, I observed that there was a gap. To my mind, we were just chasing a wild goose. I had expected the minister to pinpoint for us the root cause or the primary cause of corruption in Uganda, and that was lacking. To quote the late Right Honorable Speaker, in his book, 256 quotes, he said in chapter 2, in the opening statement, he said that without attitude change, the fight against corruption is just a show. To me, that confirms that corruption is rooted deeply in our attitudes, the bad attitude. And what is characterizing bad attitude? To my mind, it is dishonesty. If one of us is dishonest, that person is a potential candidate for corruption. The other is aggressiveness. If one of us is aggressive in character, that person is a potential candidate for corruption. And therefore, to address the root cause of corruption, we must tackle it squarely and squarely on. Coming here to ask for resources to chase the wild goose will actually lead us nowhere. We shall not be adding value. And so, what must we do? The late speaker also wrote in the last quote, that's quote 24, he said, for every Ugandan committed to the fight against corruption, your front line begins from where you are. In my mind, he's actually telling us, to fight corruption, we must begin with each one of us. So where we are, that's where we should start.
Thank you, Honorable Max. Colleagues, you might be seeing some of your colleagues having orange scarves and then bow ties. There should be no cause for worry. Number one, they are not red. No, someone had just said I thought they were red. So on the right note. But it's because today, UOPA has been celebrating 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. So I want to congratulate UOPA for that. Honorable Sarah and team, you've done a great job. And please, let's not stop at the 16 days. Let's go on fighting against gender-based violence. Yes, Honorable Chimosho, Honorable Andrew Ranya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I was thinking, Honorable Speaker, in regard to the corruption report by the Minister and the Shadow Minister response. What if, Honorable Speaker, we look at a different approach on how we fight corruption? I have worked with government in the departments, and it is very disturbing when sweeping statements are given about corruption in government, and everyone in government looks like they're corrupt. We have some people in government who are not corrupt. My proposal is, Honorable Speaker, can we look at an approach of sector by sector and come up with cases investigated sector by sector and officers investigated sector by sector, and what is done against those officers and sectors? Honorable Speaker, it is very unfortunate to carry the burden of collective responsibility. That wherever you go, even as a member of parliament, because you're on NRM ticket and it's NRM government, people keep pinpointing, you are corrupt. What have I stolen from you? But because you are carrying the burden of collective responsibility. You see, if stealing was a general accepted rule, that when those that are with us in the party are stealing, they come and we share, would we cannot keep carrying the burden for some people. Honorable Speaker, that was on a lighter note. Concentrate on the.
Honorable, conclude.
My conclusion, Honorable Speaker, is that whoever comes here with a report, Honorable Speaker, should be specific, so that we also don't demoralize our hardworking people who are not stealing. Actually, if you have to profile, Honorable Speaker, the people who steal in energy are the people who steal in health, are the people who steal. It is a small group.
Thank you, Honorable Chimosho. But I think that's how we do it in Parliament. We look at sector by sector. Okay? Honorable Andrew Ranya, I go this side. I go to Honorable Rimricha, Honorable Namuga Goreti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm inclined to agree with the majority of the submission of the minority report. Because in corruption, there is no side.
Honorable, we don't have a minority.
Sorry,
It's a
from the
response
shadow,
from the shadow
team.
minister.
Thank you. From the shadow minister. Because in issues of corruption, there is no side. We're all on one side against corruption. So I wouldn't want to pit NRM against another side. So allow me just present some statistics. That as much as government has done so much, especially around the digitalization aspect, because through ICTs, you have to at least have an audit trail. Despite all those interventions, we still have had an increase in corruption. If you look at the statistics from Transparency International, in 2019, we're the 137th least corrupt. 2020, we're the 142nd least corrupt. In 2021, this year's going up. We're at 144. So unless, as my colleague submitted, unless we address the root cause, we're chasing a goose. If you look at our neighbors, we might think we're doing very well at 144. Rwanda is ranked the 52nd least corrupt. Tanzania, 87th. Kenya, 128th. Uganda is 144, least corrupt. So a lot of submissions have been made on corruption. And we need to ask ourselves, is this because corruption is increasing, or is it because we'll be creating more awareness about corruption? So unless we address the symptoms, we're just creating more awareness about the corruption and doing nothing about it. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Remricha, then Honorable Namuga Goreti. Followed by Honorable Nyangweso.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Honorable Minister and Shadow Minister for her response. Honorable Minister, I would want to thank you so much. The Right Honorable Speaker, people who should be fighting corruption should be people who are corrupt-free, bold, determined to fight corruption in this country. And I want to thank her so much, because in Interloco recently we had a very big problem with our cow. Our cow had become a parasite. But I want to thank you. You came and cleaned Interloco. People of Interloco, thank you so much. Now we are beginning to settle. And Honorable Speaker, sir, we have a problem. A problem comes with investigations. When they begin investigating, there are people who are shielding corrupt people in this country. You hear calls from above. He's from my region. He's from my religion as religion. But corruption has no religion. Corruption has no tribe. It's about our country. It's about Uganda. And two, the Right Honorable Speaker, why don't we begin attaching properties of these corrupt people? Because people have mansions, people have arcades, they go to jail, their people continue benefiting from these properties. I think the government should go for properties of those corrupt people. And the Right Honorable Speaker, life audit. I totally agree with life audit. You find that, I don't want to go into the statement of His Excellency the President, but the fact is that gauge someone what you're earning. You see someone has mushroomed a lot of property. At least we should go for those people. How have you achieved it? How are you driving a car of 600 million? So where are you getting this money? I think life audit, the Right Honorable Speaker, also should be, life audit should also be something that we should go for. Lastly, the Right Honorable Speaker, on issue of prosecution, I want to agree with the Honorable Minister. Shadow. People are not having successful prosecution in this country.
Thank you, Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we must have a genuine conversation about corruption. When the minister presented yesterday, she was closely, hitting around the bush. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at service delivery in general, it's being affected by corruption. Look at the institutions of government and the way our public servants are paid. Right Honorable Speaker, government has failed to motivate its own public servants who are supposed to give services to the people. You talk about people stealing drugs from hospitals, you talk about local governments, but you have a cow who gets 1.5 million. What do you expect? Right Honorable Speaker, we have to look at a lean government. Government is overburdened. We are looking at merge of entities. When is this happening? And genuinely, Right Honorable Speaker, I think government does not have deliberate effort of curbing corruption, Right Honorable Speaker. We must have a genuine conversation about corruption, and government must come up with a genuine statement of its intention to stop corruption. Otherwise, what the minister presented yesterday was just, actually it was just a conversation to us to inform us that government is aware, but it does not have a deliberate effort, Right Honorable Speaker, to fight corruption. Institutions of government must be looked at, and we must put emphasis on service delivery and payment of all public servants, not scientists alone. All public servants must be paid very well, such that government must have the moral authority to discipline. You cannot discipline people that you cannot motivate. So Right Honorable Speaker, salary is something very important, and remuneration of all the public servants. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, next time you're submitting, don't focus on Honorable Kabanda. he was feeling uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Honorable Nyangweso.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Honorable Amero.
I want to thank the Minister for the statement and also the Shadow Minister for the response. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 1 of the Minister's statement yesterday here, she was giving us statistics about the audit reports carried out by the Office of the Auditor General. And she indicated that at least 6,763 financial reports had been carried out by the Office of the Auditor General against only 23 value for money audits. Right Honorable Speaker, the accountants are trained auditors as well, and they have mastered the art of accounting. That's why you see that many of these financial audits are coming out with unqualified opinions. Yet the incidence of corruption is increasing. It is very important, Right Honorable Speaker and members here, that we support the Office of the Auditor General to carry out most of the value for money audits that are going to show us exactly how this money has been utilized. So as an Office of Government, of Parliament, I urge Parliament to support the Office of the Auditor General to expand and improve on the numbers of value for money audits that are going to give us the real picture of how this money has been spent. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes. I'll pick Honorable Macho, and then Honorable Semuju, and then Honorable Amero.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank very much the Minister yesterday for her submission. I was here in the tennis parliament. The Minister in that docket never came in the House to give such a report. My sister, I really want to thank you. In your report, Mr. Speaker, the Minister submitted a lot concerning entities that are fighting corruption in this country. And my interest was majorly into the Office of the IGG and State House Anti-Corruption Unit. Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, in her submission, she really told us how Anti-Corruption State House Unit recovered a lot of money. And it brought me questions of its mandate. The money recovered by IGG, always by law, are banked in Bank of Uganda on account of consolidated funds. Where is the money that is recovered by State House Unit banked? And at the same time, are we not having duplication of duties in this country? Why don't we trust other entities? Mr. Speaker and my colleagues, truly the fight for corruption of this country is non-partisan. To show that it is very non-partisan, the National Resistance Movement got 60 billion shillings from Electoral Commission to run its services. And the National Unity Platform got 2 billion. But this part is acquired. That's why you see 2 billion only that was not accounted for to the NUP supporters and the NRM supporters. Therefore, as leaders who are managing political parties,
Honorable. When we allow 2 minutes, we allow 2 minutes. Let it be standard, isn't it? But for the record, for the record, there is no party given 60 billion. I think we gave 30 billion. Honorable Wasara, you can clarify on that, because there has been a chairman iPod.
Mr. Chairman, Right Honourable Speaker, Parliament appropriated 23 billion. 17 billion went to the NRM because the law says numerical strength. 3.1 billion went to NOP. 1.6 billion went to FDC. The mighty Jema got only 53 million. So that's the information I want to give.
Thank you. Thank you. So you can say I wanted us to get facts from the president of iPod. Okay? Now, Honorable Macho had discounted the money of NUP from 3 billion to 2 billion. Honorable Semju? Colleagues, but what Honorable has emphasized is accountability to the public.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. This statement by the minister is not a statement on corruption. It is a statement on commemoration of a day. I want to ask Mr. Speaker that maybe the minister should bring a statement on corruption and we debate it. Because this one is an invitation to Parliament. And actually when you go to page 3, the minister, page 5, the minister says the day will be in Uganda, the president is not available, the Honorable Norbert Mao will be the chief guest. This is what this statement is about. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister. And I am happy that the president is not available. Because he can sometimes stubbornly be a very stubborn guest. If you want to know, ask the IGG. They went to launch the lifestyle audit. He said, please don't disturb corrupt people. They will take the money outside Uganda. It is okay if they invest here. The only problem I have is the way the Honorable Norbert Mao was procured to become a minister. That's the only problem I have. But I like him, he can be a good guest. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, by this statement, by this statement of the president, I actually think the president is now the patron of corruption in Uganda. And therefore, I sympathize with those who are in his government, because if someone says, please don't touch corrupt, they will take away the money. If we want to ask the Honorable Miriam Matembe, who was the Minister for Ethics, I went to cover the movement meeting in Chankwas.
Thank you. Kirak, what's wrong with the system? Because you keep cutting me off also. Honorable Susan Amero? No, colleagues, I said 2 minutes is 2 minutes.
Honorable Speaker.
2 minutes is 2 minutes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement she presented. I also want to thank the Shadow Minister for coming out very clearly on what should be done. And I pray that the Minister takes this very seriously, because she has been very clear and precise in naming what should be done. I also expected you to have seen what the President of Tanzania has done, and I thought you'd follow, borrow a leaf from her. honestly, we have spent a lot of money in non-productive things, celebrating 400 billion to celebrate 41 million that has been recovered. Are we sincere with ourselves? Right, Honorable Speaker? We have a saying in my language that a fish gets rotten from the head. And I wanted to say, it is very unfortunate that we have gone ahead to domesticate many of these laws that these people make from outside that don't benefit us as human beings here in Uganda. When NRM came into power, we used to have weekends where some people were disciplined, and the rate of these dealings and bad things occurring was very low and limited. I don't know why we rushed very fast to think that we can go in for pure democracy when we are not yet ready for it. Right, Honorable Speaker? Some of these people deserve firing squad. You find that somebody has stolen from here and then somebody is transferred somewhere to infect another place. Something needs to be done. The president must go back to what he came, the ideology he came with from the bush. If he's going to begin, if he has to change this country, other than that, we shall not stop to think.
Thank you. Chairperson Forum on Ethics, Honorable Dr. Nsababuturo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the truth of the matter is that if we do not rein in corruption, the country will be unstable, it will become insecure, more underdevelopment will result. Yesterday and today in papers, we are told that 240 billion Uganda shillings has been recovered from thieves. But we know that each year we are losing 11 trillion shillings. And so what the minister reported was 4% of what is stolen. It's very clear we need to do more. If we want Uganda to be a stable country, a country that is secure for all of us, that is prosperous, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, the colleague holding the floor was a DC under Idi Amin, making people to eat slippers in Kampala. Now he's speaking. Now he's speaking about a secure. Is he in order to even speak about security when his job was to cause insecurity in Kampala?
So, Honorable Semuju, colleagues, please. Honorable Semuju, kindly, can you table evidence showing that Honorable Sababuturo, as a DC, was forcing people to eat slippers?
Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I will invite President Museveni as the first witness. Because they are the ones fighting Idi Amin, and I got this from him.
Honorable colleague, I know we have immunity here, but I think in this house we are colleagues. Yes. I think we should not have this habit of harassing each other, especially when you're degrading someone, denigrating someone, with unsubstantiated items. Honorable Semuju, you have been telling us that you're not in touch with Museveni in any way. But now you're bringing him as a witness, means you have been interacting. So I don't know what to believe, what not to believe, So you and your colleague Museveni, if you have secrets you discuss, don't involve my members. So Honorable Semuji, you're out of order, and crack. There are things which we cannot accept here. That shouldn't remain part of our record here. Honorable Buturo, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your wise ruling, and Honorable Semuju is notorious for being colorful. I'll take it at that. But Mr. Speaker, clearly it's evident we need to do more. 4% is not something we should be proud about. What can we do as government? The first one, clearly, is to give more funding to institutions that are mandated to fight this corruption. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, and it's something which the nation has not understood yet very well. We are talking about a moral question. When somebody chooses to be a thief, it's because he is not honest, he doesn't care anyway, and so he steals. That is what we should be addressing, Mr. Speaker. The issue of morality, the issue that the idea that someone chooses to promote his or her interests at the expense of those of the country. The moral question is one that government should be very keen on, and that way we shall be able to rein in this situation.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, the other day we've talked about the IGG proposing that we have a lifestyle audit. Who on earth can say no to that? Because it's the one way that we are going to deal with these people who clearly are intent on undermining our country. And so what I suggest we do, Mr. Speaker, is to really, I propose that we look for a day that Parliament dedicatedly looks at this question that has potential to mess our country as never before.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I told you I had given only 20 minutes. Time is up. I'm not allowing any more submissions on this matter. But Honorable Semuju raised a very important point of this is not a detailed statement, because that's not what the minister was required to do. So, Honorable Minister, once we get out of recess, I'm giving you, pick a date in February, you bring a comprehensive statement on the status of corruption, on the status of fighting corruption in this country, with very clear indicators. You give us action taken, the real data, details, and then we shall be able to dedicate over 1 hour of discussing this very, very important topic. So, but for now, Honourable Minister, if there is, if you wanted to recap, you want to recap with in a minute or two, you can have the floor. Procedure, Honourable Kori.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The procedural matter I'm raising is under Rule 59, motion without notice. The minister has indicated that the recovered funds are 223 billion shillings. And 223 billion shillings can construct 10,000 boreholes in this country. It can construct 200 health center 3s. It can also be able to maintain the Duka roads that we have here. We've not received a response on how these roads should be used. So I would like to move a motion without notice, urging government to use the recovered funds for construction of health facilities, drilling of boreholes, and maintenance of Duha roads.
So, but Honorable Korik, when money goes to the consolidated fund, it loses color. Okay? When money goes to the consolidated fund,
Right, Honourable Speaker.
You don't access a microphone without my permission. Please. So, this is a matter which colleagues can look at during appropriation, but the problem will be trace this money. How does it look? It loses color. So, to me, what is important is this money being registered within the books of the country. Honourable Minister, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank all the colleagues for all the submissions they have given. I want to thank you so much. And I want to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, that you have guided that we bring a full paper here on anti-corruption and we debate it. A statement. A statement. Yes, a report or a statement so that we discuss here. I'm going to do that, and we shall bring it here with all the details of the people convicted, how much money has been recovered, and also to brief the House of the lifestyle audit. A legal framework is already being worked upon, which will be taken to Cabinet and then be brought to the House. Otherwise, I want to thank you once again, and I want to invite you all to Ibanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Hello, motion?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm moving under Rule 59, 1K, motion without a notice. Right Honourable Speaker. Now that the House has listened to the statement by the Honourable Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity regarding commemoration of the Anti-Corruption Day, and having listened to the response from the Shadow Minister, and having debated the same statements, Right Honourable Speaker, that the House is moved to urge government to channel the funds so allocated for commemoration, the equivalent of more than 450 million, to support the victims of corruption in Ibanda district, and do away with the celebration of the commemorations. Right Honourable Speaker. That the same money, by staying in Ibanda, the community will not be disadvantaged or undermined, but instead, schools, youth centers are selected to benefit from this money instead of raising banners, balloons, and tents. Right Honourable Speaker. I so move. Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Before I ask whether the motion is seconded or not, if you could allow colleagues, I ask the Minister, what entails that budget? What would the budget do? The 400 million? For the benefit of members, you might not have full details, but at least...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, that budget of 442 million is not only for that day. It is a budget which is started some months ago. They have been going to institutions, creating awareness. They were doing very many activities. So it is not that the 452 is for that day. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, please, you don't need to be rowdy. You don't need to be rowdy when you're... This is something very simple. It's very simple, and I think it's good for information purposes. Yeah. But the problem is, Rope, seems you're denying Honourable Mao an opportunity to be a chief guest. The first international celebrated. But Right Honourable Prime Minister wanted to say something about it, clarify a little about it.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister and all the colleagues for their contributions on the anti-corruption paper, or the day that we are going to celebrate. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to say that preparations for this day started some time back, and they are already in high gear to celebrate this day. Money has already been spent in some activities, because the activities are not only for that day. So some money has already been spent. I'm requesting members, honorable colleagues, that maybe if we want such a program to take place, we can come in a bit early so that we don't channel that money to that day and we put it to other activities. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleague, you can't start talking of clarification. Along the way you change the order, and then you think I'll give you a chance. Because I'm watching. Yeah, stand up, you know, you change your mind along the way. No, no, no. That's not how we work on a No, just, Honorable Rope, just what I wanted to get. The minister is saying today is 7th. Okay? Today is 7th. The function is for 9th. They've already paid service providers. Okay? Do you think it would be helpful? Do you think it will be helpful that the relevant committee, after the event, can audit, can audit the expenditure? Because, colleagues, it's like you're saying you're going to wait on Saturday, and then by now you have not yet booked tents, you have not paid for tents, you have not paid for food, you have not paid for public address system, you have, so should the service providers refund? That's why I wanted Rope to...
Right, Honourable Speaker, I was actually expecting the Honourable Norbert Mao to rise in support of the motion, so that instead of giving a flowery speech, he actually moves with the cement, with the sand, and all manner of paraphernalia required for these facilities. But having said that, in jest, right, Honourable Speaker, the minister indicated that actually at her disposal is 1.9 billion. 1.9 billion for the anti-corruption campaign. The budget for commemoration is 452 million. Danida is giving an extra 150 million for other activities. So this is the invitation I'm openly making for the minister, because the buck stops with you. Because in a commemoration, the people of Uganda will not actually understand your motivation. But in diverting this money to support and tell you we are coming to you as victims of corruption on this anti-corruption week, here is the money for your health centers. Actually, that will be a more bigger commemoration from me, right, Honourable Speaker. Probably the minister is late on some activities, but maybe that is the sacrifice. In fact, by disrupting commemoration, the minister would have sought a higher pedestal against corruption.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded? I want to see who is seconding. Gilbert Oranya, Nambeshe, Senyonyi, Varmwezo, Vasarira. Now, I want to put a question. Please, take your seats. I want to put a question. Colleagues, please. I want to put a question, because I will hear your voices. Okay? That the motion moved by Rope be adopted. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The noise have it. Next item. Next item. Thank you. Colleagues, excuse me. For clarity, the motion has failed. For clarity.
Item number 4.
So, yes, next item.
Item 4, personal explanation.
Honorable Anifa. Honorable Kawoya, Anifa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members.
Now, colleagues, if you're used to vote aye and everything, you think it is always aye. Some of you will forget one day. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I rise under Rule 55(1) of our Rules of Procedure on a personal explanation. This is in response to the allegation made by Honorable Mary Begumisa, Woman Member of Parliament, Zimbabwe District, during the parliamentary sitting of 1st December 2022. And I want to thank you for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, under Rule 73 of our Rules of Procedure, some of the allegations the Honorable Member raised are sub judice as they are matters before the courts of law. A case in point is the 5 people the Honorable Member alleged that were her supporters and I had arrested them and that they have not been produced in courts of law. I do not have the powers to arrest any person. These people were arrested by police upon complaints reporting a case for which I am among the complainants. The matter is before court under reference SDO2/31/10/22. On the allegations of land, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, it's also untrue as the said land is registered and titled under ANIFA Foundation, the non-government organization for large agricultural production in agroforestry, fish, and subsistence farming. There is no way I can grab land which has documentary proof that it belongs to an organization. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, under our Rules of Procedure, Rule 84, I find the allegations unbecoming, imputing improper motives on me personally. They are full of personal allusions, very speculative without substantial and supporting evidence. The fact that they are not supported by any evidence and were not substantiated, they fall below the parliamentary standard and matters of national importance. In accordance with Rule 229 of our Rules of Procedure, the allegations are defamatory, undignified, very offensive and criminal in nature that need.
Honorable colleague, read the Rule 55, please. Okay? Listen to a colleague. You made allegations. The member is entitled to explain under Rule 55.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I was saying that, and in accordance with Rule 229 of our Rules of Procedure, the allegations are defamatory, undignified, very offensive, and criminal in nature that need to be subjected to an investigation. It is not true that I have ever threatened Honorable Mary Begumisa or her family, members, or supporters. At no single time I have come closer or met the Honorable Member in Zimbabwe District, save when all the Honorable Members from the districts were invited for a district roads committee, and when the technical staff from the Ministry of Health, led by the Permanent Secretary, carried out support supervision on health facilities units in the district. And my colleagues are here to bear me witness. I have never ever met Honorable Begumisa at any function, any place, anywhere other than those 2 times. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, the Honorable Member, having failed to lay supportive evidence to justify that her life and that of her family were in danger, to compel them to camp at the parliamentary parking yard, and having not reported to the parliamentary police unit around this parliament or any other unit, it is a demonstration that the Honorable Member is seeking cheap popularity and attention. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, it's not true that family of the Honorable Member is camped at this parliamentary parking yard due to insecurity. I know for a fact Mr. Wilbur Begumisa the husband of the honorable member, whose home in Rwebitakuri Trading Center is about 3 miles from my own home. And whenever the honorable member is in parliament, and this is factual, Mr. Begumisa is always seen parked in the parliamentary yard waiting for the honorable member, which is okay. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, the honorable member's allegation that the district called Rwebitakuri district, composed of 3 sub-counties and other local units, had been authorized by the Minister of Local Government by orders from above and as a presidential directive is very outrageous, because creation of a district is a process and a preserve of Parliament and Article 179 of our Constitution. Furthermore, Article 179(4) states that any measures for the alteration of boundaries or creation of districts or administrative units shall be based on a number of considerations concerned. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, it's not a preserve of an individual, no matter how one is perceived. That individual is perceived as untouchable. It is a preserve of this parliament. Honorable colleagues, the allegation that there is political chaos in Sembabule district is unfounded and absolutely untrue. For the record, the Honorable Begumisa made in 2001 and successfully attempted to join this August House. She stood as a candidate for reform agenda and miserably lost to me. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nifa, words like miserably, and also because reform agenda was not any registered political outfit, they don't fit in well.
I withdraw the words, right, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. So focus on the rule, because it says we shouldn't raise any controversy.
It's right, Honorable Speaker, much obliged. It's on in 2019. The honorable member, in company of her husband, sought my support and blessing to stand for the district woman seat in NRM. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I need protection.
Honorable, read your statement and conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to repeat that I interacted with the Honorable Member Mary Begumisa at my home when she wanted to stand for the seat of the women in the district. It is my belief that the gesture I expended maybe was perceived as power of authority, which is not true. I challenge the Honorable Member, the pastor and my woman MP, if at all she never interacted with me over the subject matter. Right, Honorable Speaker, I hold the respect of the Honorable Minister of Local Government as an outstanding person of high integrity with a reputable long record of having worked, experienced, very tested, very conversant with both the Constitution and the Local Government Act and its provisions. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, for a long time, I have and am aware that the people of Rwemiyaga constituency, which is represented by Honorable Theodore Sechkubo, has been requesting to have a district. And I am uncomfortable commenting on matters that are not in my constituency. However, Right, Honorable Speaker, colleagues, I am also aware that some sub-counties in my constituency, Maogora West, have made resolutions for creation of lower administrative units, guided by Article 179(4). and forwarded them to the district council for approval. They are to be presented to the Minister of Local Government as legal process requires onward to this August House for consideration. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues. In the allegation, if the Honorable Mary Begumisa does not want creation of new sub-counties and lower units in Mawogora West, she can engage the respective councils and follow the due process instead of making such allegations against me. Right Honorable Speaker, how does, if I can ask, how does alteration of boundaries or creation of districts or administrative units in Sembaweli district threaten the Honorable Member and her family or cause political chaos in the district? I am aware that some of you, my colleagues, you are waiting at an opportunity when Article 1794 will come, whether 2025, to have creations of new units in your areas, and I will be supportive. For the record, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say, immediately after our elections, honorable colleagues, this is not something that is just coming up today. These allegations have been made in 2021, similar ones before the Minister of Security and the Government Chief Whip, by then yourself, Right Honorable Speaker. We were invited, all the members from the MPs from the district. I made my case, and you, with the Honorable Minister of Security, you were guided that the Honorable Mary Begumisa should find how to work in harmony with the rest of the members from that district. Furthermore, in 2021, the Honorable Member alleged that her upcountry home was under attack. Police carried out investigations, and it was established that the person, the attacker, is a mental person, very mad, and her neighbor. And there is evidence in the police. On the 2nd of November, 2021, the Honorable Member wrote to the Right Honorable Speaker asking the Speaker to define for the role of the woman Member of Parliament vis-a-vis the role of a constituency MP. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable colleagues, roles of members of Parliament are well defined in the Constitution. It's therefore not necessary for the honorable member to request the Speaker to do research and to interpret the law. The allegations made in that letter were established that they were null and void because, again, I defended myself before the Right Honorable Speaker. And I am sure the allegation that I am the one who should have caused insecurity because of me being a constituent, and the other one is the role to be that is defined by the Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my short background as I finalize. I participated in the 1995 constitution making process. Yeah. I have been in this August House for over a period of 20 years consecutively. I have represented this August House at the Pan-African Parliament for a period of 5 years. I have represented Pan-African Parliament at both African Union and the UN forums on issues of gender and human rights. I was a district local council speaker in 1990s. I am a seasoned politician. I'm a seasoned politician. Honorable colleagues, this long record of my legislative profile is a testimony that I am well conversant with both the legislative law and local government procedures. At no single time of my tenure have I witnessed making a personal statement. In conclusion, the current allegations of the honorable member are not new. They are not backed by evidence. They are speculative, as I said. They are only calculated to attract sympathy and to cause tension between us, the two members. Honorable members, the issue is not an issue that should have been brought under the issues of national importance, because in Sembabule district, there are so many issues of concern that the member should have used an opportunity to raise in this august house. My prayers. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, my prayers, 1, matters which are before courts of law should be left to run their own course for justice to prevail. Number 2, other matters raised should be thoroughly investigated and for all and once, so that this matter is put at rest. Finally, my prayer is, it's my humble prayer that honorable colleagues will strive for coherence and harmony in our respective constituencies. Once again, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I thank you for this opportunity. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Anifa. Now, colleagues, you can see, these are issues of constituency. I request really that issues of constituency between individuals don't find their way here. Otherwise, we shall be. But we shall continue interacting. We shall continue interacting as leaders. I had handled this matter, so I didn't want to handle. I had excluded myself as a conflicted party, but the speaker has said no, go, and I've allowed this on the order paper. Otherwise, I had handled it with General Jim Mwezi. And usually, colleagues, I have been advising you. Usually, when you start fighting in your constituencies, you're the ones who end up losing. We have a very good and live example, Iwanda district. We had fights among MPs from Iwanda. All of them lost. You know, when you start fighting that way, you end up all of you losing. You don't deliver for your areas. I urge you to work together. I urge you to cooperate. Where you cannot be able to do it, use leaders in your areas, but also whips and caucus leaders on all sides. And you can also consult Honorable Soroka Yemba in case you have problems. That's what he has demanded. Thank you. Colleagues, this is a statement that cannot be debated, so we have to move on. But I beg, these matters should not be coming here on the floor. Next item.
Item number 5, weighing of papers, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the following.
Honorable, we are going on laying of papers. There is no procedure.
Item
really.
5, Roman 1.
No, we are going on laying of papers, Honorable.
Integrated Water Management and Development Project implemented by National Water Sewage Corporation for the financial year ended 30 June 22nd.
Honorable Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the Integrated Water Management and Development Project implemented by the National Water and Sewage Corporation for the financial year that ended 30th June 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you. The report is referred to COSASE for handling as per rules.
Item 5, Roman 2, Deposits Protection Fund for the financial year ended 30th June 2022.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I beg to lay the Deposit Protection Fund report for the financial year that ended 30th June 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Commissioner. The report is referred to COSASE for processing as per rules of procedure.
Item 5, Roman 3, Bank of Uganda for the year ended 30th June 2022.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report for Bank of
of Bank of Uganda for the year that ended 30th June 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Referred to COSASE for processing as per rules of procedure.
Item 5, Roman 4, Minister of Justice, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ended 30th June 2021.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the Auditor General's report for the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation for the year that ended 30th June 2021. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Report referred to Public Accounts Committee, Central Government for processing as per rules of procedure.
Item 5, Roman 5, Privatization Utility Sector Reform Project.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the Auditor General's report on privatization and utility sector reform project for the financial year that ended 30th June 2021. I beg to lay.
Report referred to COSASE for processing as per rules of procedure.
Item 5, Roman 6, Privatization Utility Sector Reform Project, Operations Accounts for the year ended 30th June 2021.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the Auditor General's report for privatization and utility sector reform project, operations account for the year that ended 30th June 2021. I beg to lay.
Report referred to COSASE for processing as per rules of procedure. Thank you, Commissioner. Next item, Clerk.
Item 6, presentation of reports of parliamentary delegation abroad pursuant to Rule 33 of the Rules of Procedure.
Clerk, these reports will have to wait. We'll have to wait because I haven't. I need today to ensure we handle items 7 and 8. At least we finish them. Yeah.
Item number 7. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Rules, Privilege and Discipline on the inquiry and allegations of misconduct and misbehavior made against Honorable Namuganza, MP Bukono, County and Minister of State for Housing.
Thank you. Colleagues, you received this report. I will open debate for 1 hour, and then after I will allow the Honorable Namuganza to make responses, and then we vote on the final recommendation of the report. I open the debate now for colleagues who are ready to submit. Procedure on Iwakatsabe.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There's procedure. No, Honorable, there is procedure on the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. A fortnight ago, I raised a matter in regard to a nurse, now deceased, Mr. Speaker, who was accompanying a patient to Buhinga Referral Hospital, and on the way to the hospital in Kibito Town Council, in a government ambulance that caught fire and ended up killing the nurse, the late
Honorable, can you raise your procedure matter?
Yeah.
We don't need history. Procedure
the
is in
late
rules.
Peter
Please,
Beloko.
Please, Honorable, respect the chair, okay? What rule? Because procedure should be in the rules. So, what procedure point do you have?
My procedure issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, you directed that government makes it known what it is they were going to do for the family. And the Prime Minister made a commitment that day that the family would be compensated. Mr. Speaker, sir, wouldn't it be procedural right for the Prime Minister to to make a communication and a position of government, especially this festive season when that family will not be having a family head. And the fact that I communicated to on this floor that the sons and daughters of the deceased are out of school because of the inability to pay for their tuition fees.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, this is a matter I would have raised tomorrow in Prime Minister's time. Because the Prime Minister is going to be here. So, and I allow you oral questions, so you would have raised it. So it's, I don't find it a procedure matter. Raise it tomorrow. I'll give you space tomorrow. Honorable, yes, Honorable Namganza?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable, you have said the report which was tabled before this House, and you deferred the discussion, and then you informed the members that the discussion are going to begin. However, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to inform you that the report...
Honorable, under what point did you stand up?
Information.
No, honorable information, a point of information, there must be someone holding the floor. So, but you could ask me, if you can request all procedure, do you want to give first give some highlights, some response before we debate?
Okay,
is that the aim?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the aim, I allow you.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable, thank you. I want to inform the House, Right Honorable, that is the report which was laid before this, tabled before this House, as I perused through it, I found that it was contravening offending several constitutional provisions, and therefore I have made a petition to the Constitutional Court under number 41 of 2022, challenging the actions and findings and conclusions of the report, of the committee report, which was tabled before this House. And the Attorney General has already been served. We have been looking for Honorable Reverend Father Nen to serve him, since he's part of the petition, and after this House, he will be served. Right Honorable, therefore, under Rule 73 of our rules, this matter is sub judice, and I want to refer the members to Rule 73, subject to sub-rule 5 of this rule. A member shall not refer to any matter, any particular matter which is sub judice. Right Honorable, that's a procedure matter I wanted, and the information I wanted to give the House.
Thank you.
But before I sit, Right Honorable, I want to refer members to Rule 85. And that's the general behavior. Right Honorable, the behavior of a member shall be guided by the Code of Conduct of Members prescribed in Appendix F, Rule 85. And that Rule 85, Right Honorable, under paragraph 5 of the Appendix F, it talks about public trust. Members shall at all times conduct themselves in a manner which will maintain and strengthen the public's trust and confidence in the integrity of Parliament, and never undertake any action which may bring the House or its members generally into disrepute. As I conclude, Right Honorable, in the future I intend to move a motion against Honorable Magogo Moses and the Speaker of this House, Anita Among, for procuring a fraudulent marriage, which is turning into a personal fight in this House.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Order.
Thank you.
Order.
Thank you.
Order,
Now,
Mr.
excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, please. Now you've started talking to yourselves. We are still in the House. Number one, Honorable Persis Namuganza raised the point of procedure. Honorable Persis Namuganza raised the procedure matter that the proceedings we are in now are sub judice. Luckily enough, Honorable Namuganza, my sister and friend, I have been in office since morning. I haven't received any single government official coming to me talk about this issue. Today, we talked about it yesterday, but today not. Number two, I announced yesterday, and my office has been open, members coming to book matters of national importance to consult. Nothing has been brought to my attention that you went court. Number two, you have made it very clear that you have not served Parliament. You served the Attorney General. Parliament is different from the Attorney General. So Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure prohibits me as a presiding officer and this House to act in anticipation. So for us to sit here and anticipate that there is a court order or someone has gone to court would be against our own rules of procedure. Lucky enough, you've said it's not a court order, you said you have served. So if you have served the Attorney General, kindly you have not served Parliament. The moment you serve Parliament, it will be brought to our attention and we shall know what to do next. Number two, Honorable colleague, it's unfair for you to refer to a code of conduct and you behave contrary to that code of conduct. It's unfair. It's unfair. Honorable, that was unfair. And really you had moved well, but I don't know what came along the way. I don't know what came in along the way. So I direct clerk, expunge the last submission of the record of Parliament. Let's proceed with the debate. Mr. Speaker, I will again allow Honorable Namuganza on procedure. After Honorable Asuma.
Right, Honorable.
She's hanging herself. She's hanging herself.
With
now.
that,
she's going to hang herself.
The Attorney General, who under our laws is allowed to be served. Before I proceed, actually, I beg to lay on table a copy of the petition. Right, Honorable, the rule is very clear, and I want to read it again. Rule 73 of our rules, Right, Honorable. Sub judice rule. Subject to sub rule 5 of this rule, a member shall not refer to any particular matter which is sub judice. It is. Once matters are in court, they are sub judice. And Right, Honorable, I want to clearly put it. Referring means
no,
even
colleagues,
not to mention.
Colleagues, first listen to me. We have an aggrieved colleague.
Yes.
I'm giving her a chance.
And
let's give her a chance.
Right, Honorable. And that's why our Parliament has been violating our own rules. I'm reading the rules that govern us. Right, Honorable, is this parliament above the law?
Okay. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, a member has raised on procedure. You don't want me to rule on her point of procedure. Honorable Namuganza, if you read number 1, the same rule 73 you're reading, sub-rule 5, says the speaker shall make a ruling as to whether the matter is sub judice or not before debate or investigation can continue. I have made the ruling.
Yes.
Number 2, Rule 87 of our rules of procedure says my ruling is final. If you are dissatisfied with it,
go to court.
You challenge it with a motion. Number 3, this parliament is not above the law. And that's why you took us to court and you lost. You took this parliament to court to stop the investigation of the committee, and court ruled in favor of parliament. So, and parliament complied with court, went ahead. So, me, colleagues, I would propose we look at the merits and demerits of the debate. Yes. But Honorable Katun to chairperson rules,
yes.
You wanted to give guidance?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Sometimes it is very dangerous to read the rules halfway. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true as Honorable Namuganza submits that Rule 73(1) says, subject to Rule 5 of this rule, a member shall not refer to any particular matter which is sub judice. I wish he had gone to read the next rule. And let me read it for you. 73(2). It goes ahead, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, that a matter shall be considered sub judice if it refers to active criminal or civil proceedings, and in the opinion of the Speaker, I emphasize, in the opinion of the Speaker, the discussion of such matter is likely to prejudice its fair determination. Rule 71 alone does not define sub judice. If you want the definition of sub judice, you go to sub-rule 2. And sub-rule 2 says it has to be in the opinion of the Speaker. And if the Speaker is not aware of the contents, how can he therefore determine that the matter you are raising is sub judice or not, and it will likely affect the fair determination of your petition? So until it has come to the attention of the Speaker, and in his own determination, it is likely to prejudice the fair determination of the matter in court. So, the Honorable Namuganza, if you want to quote sub-rule 1, keep sub-rule 2, that is the rule that governs the ruling of the Speaker, whether the matter is sub judice or not. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Colleagues, why don't we go to the debate? Yes. Because now it is settled. Yes. We are going to be repeating ourselves. Okay, I hereby open up the debate. Yes. MPs who are ready to debate, please stand up. I'm starting with Honorable Gilbert Oranya, Honorable Chimosho, Haj Idi, Honorable Sirwanyi, Honorable Macho.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the committee for the wonderful report. Right Honorable Speaker,
2 minutes each.
If you look at the statement of the committee, in the engagement with Honorable Namuganza, the words she was applying, referring to these parliamentary members, Right Honorable Speaker, I think the House you are presiding over should really show kind of respect to honorable members. The honorable minister, the statements he was making all along on radios, on televisions, through WhatsApp, right honorable speaker, such kind of statement is totally uncalled for. We need respect in this honorable speaker. Second, right honorable speaker, the honorable minister stated clearly that she is organizing to serve Honorable Onen Charles, who read the statement in a personal capacity. I would like to put it clearly that Honorable Onen Charles, who read this statement, he did it as the chairperson of the committee, not as an individual. Therefore, right honorable speaker, we need to respect one another. Taking Honorable Onen Charles to court, I think this is a wasted of time and your resources. Final right honorable speaker.
Honorable Nen, no. Now, colleagues, order, honorable colleagues. No, please, no, please. Honorable colleagues, order. Now, it seems Honorable Father Charles Onen is not happy for being denied an opportunity to be taken to court. But Honorable, don't mind, they will take you. So
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Conclude, Honorable Gilbert. Conclude.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I think the statement, Honourable Onen did not hear it well.
No, don't repeat that,
yes.
please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let us have respect to this parliament. Therefore, I really feel this time good enough that since this parliament started, we have never censured any minister. I pray that this will be the first minister to be taken back to the appointing officer. Let us ask the appointing officer to give us the minister who respects parliament, who respects the speakers, who respect this institution. I call upon honorable colleagues, let us move and we act. And I call upon the appointing authority to give us another minister. I pray to move.
So, but honorable colleagues, as you debate, let me clarify for you. You're not debating a censure motion or what, no. Censure is provided for. The process both in the Constitution and in our rules. We are debating the findings and recommendations of any process. The Honorable Namuganza must be given a fair hearing. That's what the law says, you know. So you need to know that there is nothing conclusive you're doing here. You are only debating the findings, the recommendations, which might lead you to a process, another process. I hope that's very clear. Honorable Chimosho.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I've been going through the report, Right Honourable Speaker and members, and actually my big concern is not about Honourable Namuganza. My big concern is about the dignity of this parliament. If we are members of parliament worth the name, we must be seen to protect the institution of parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, the separation of power requires that an institution is left to act independent and check each other. Right Honourable Speaker, if we are the one that are insinuating everything wrong with parliament, how best are we helping this country? The courts of law have maintained the dignity because they are very solid in their operations. Actually, I think if you are convicted on contempt of court, you may not even appeal. The lawyers may need to guide us. So, Right Honourable Speaker, for me my issue is, and I have had other ministers talk negative about parliament and the presiding officers. We need to know that the front bench is a temporary junction. And if God has granted you opportunity, don't use it to demean the original point of origin, which is Parliament. We have Honorable Sababuturo here, he was a minister. We are sitting with Honorable Pendi, she was a minister. So if we allow this, right, I need protection, right, Honorable. If, right, Honorable Speaker, if we allow anyone to put,
I had allowed Idi. I had allowed Solomon or Idi.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need your protection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please. You're protected, Honorable colleague. Let's listen to one another. I'll start here after I go here.
Right Honorable Speaker, the report was presented on the same matter before the Honorable colleagues, members of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Persis Sinamuganza, she's a minister, she's a member of Parliament, and she's also a human being who can wrong here and there. But what is important in this is to apologize to this Honorable House, because an apology, if made on this floor of Parliament before us as members of Parliament, the apology which can be formal. Right Honorable Speaker, I saw my sister Persis Namuganza Honorable serving the Attorney General on matters of which she is investigated. One of us has made mistakes here and there. But the appeal that I want to make to my sister Honorable Persis Namuganza is to make a formal apology on the floor of Parliament before. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I had allowed Honorable Sirwanyi and then Macho.
Right Honorable Speaker,
colleagues, I'm going to allow as many of you as possible.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to implore you. Humility is godly and is a virtue. The most important thing that we have as human beings, Right Honorable Speaker, and as members, is humility. Right Honorable Speaker, there are leaders in this country who have showed a lot of humbleness, a lot of humility. An example of the Right Honorable Prime Minister here, the Right Honorable Nabanja, a leader at that level. But Right Honorable Speaker, you find her moving on a border, doing a lot of work with a lot of humility. Right Honorable Speaker, no one is above the law. No one is above others. You don't lose anything, Right Honorable Speaker, to act with dignity, to respect your fellow members, Right Honorable Speaker, to respect the sanctity of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we have to stand strong as Parliament, and I implore our members, when it comes to the dignity, when it comes to the name of this Parliament, we must defend it to the bone marrow, honorable members. I will stand with the Parliament. I want to thank the Honorable Abudu Katuntu and the Honorable Nen for the elaborate report and the very good recommendations that you make. I want us, Right Honorable Speaker, to debate this and know that we are debating to instill discipline and to understand that the decisions we are going to take will impact. I therefore stand, Right Honorable Speaker, to support the committee report and to thank the committee members for coming up with such an elaborate report. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Macho.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to thank very much Reverend and our council, Honorable Katuntu, for a wonderful report. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee did a very, very good work. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue concerning my beloved sister Honorable Namuganza is an issue when you read the character, behavior, and upbringing. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am building my foundation on that matter because...
Honorable Macho, issues of upbringing, you're bringing in parents of a honorable colleague.
I want to withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I withdraw, in the observation of the committee, it states that Honorable Namuganza exhibited respectful behavior. On several occasions, she did not appear in person as required. On Wednesday, 14 September, when she appeared before the committee in person, she was there 1.5 hours later and did not apologize for her late coming, which means the question of apologizing, which my brother has talked about, is not in the vocabulary of Honorable Namuganza at all. Mr. Speaker, as I submit more, the report from the committee says Honorable Namuganza walked out of the meeting in protest, stating that the proceedings of the committee were not legal. I pray that as we proceed, Honorable Namuganza should not walk out. Mr. Speaker, direct Sergeant of Arms to be standby, so that Honorable Namuganza sits here, we submit this matter and finish it for once for all, so that she goes in the books of history of this regime NRM as a minister who has been a role model in bad character, misbehavior, and walking out on behalf of others. But Mr. Speaker, while I give a lot of respect to Honorable Katuntu and the committee, they conclude very well. Listen, my colleagues, the conclusion. The committee concludes.
Honorable, no, your time is up, Honorable. We have to fix time. Honorable Mero.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good report that they have presented. Right Honourable Speaker, as a woman, it's very embarrassing to stand here and listen to a report that is regarding a woman who has refused, who has taken this parliament for granted and decided to think that she has a monopoly of madness. Right, Honorable Speaker?
No, Honorable colleague, please. Honorable colleague. Honorable colleague, please. Honorable Amero, I don't know whether there is, but what you're insinuating is that a colleague is mad and she's competing with other mad people. Huh? That's totally wrong. That's unacceptable language. Please withdraw that. Please, Honorable colleague. We can debate and express our emotions with parliamentary decorum. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, very aware that all of us here are not okay. To be very honest, all of us have a certain degree of madness. When you reach somewhere, there's a way things happen. The level differs. So for one person to continue disturbing this honorable house and thinking that she can attack everybody else.
No, Honorable, I guided you. For you, if you are mad, it's okay.
It's okay.
But now you don't declare all of us mad. that's you get it. because you know you have said madness. A colleague says it's not mad, so I request you withdraw that. Me and you can be mad,
right,
but we don't impute on a colleague.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is not my saying, it is psychology which says so.
No, Honorable, you're pushing me into a corner which is just withdraw.
Okay, that. I withdraw.
Thank you. Thank you. So continue with the
duress, of course. Right, Honorable Speaker. I am so surprised. In the 9th Parliament, in the 10th Parliament, the same member was on the neck of another leader of this House. This time again, the same member is standing up to think that because she's in the front bench, she cannot be touched. Really? We are going to be tempted to touch. We are tempted to touch this time. And I pray that a motion of censure be put before this House very quickly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Mubende Municipality, Rwampara. Let me first pick Mubende Municipality and Rwampara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to add my voice, thanking the committee for the work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, in countries where fighting corruption is very serious, like if you could go to Australia, the moment you are dented, you don't wait to be convicted. The moment you are dented, you are doubted, you are suspected on corruption issues. Just step aside. Right Honorable Speaker, you take the example of Rwanda recently, where a member of parliament was found drunk and decided to willfully resign from the job. The Honorable Persis Namuganza, Right Honorable Speaker, had shown a lot of remorselessness. Even in the courts of law, a judge would say that because the person is remorseful, I sentence that person to a caution. But if the person is remorseless, it can be a different decision. What we can see here, the Honorable Minister is too pompous, contemptuous. We are looking at a lot of political chest thumping. We should walk on the talk, Right Honorable Speaker. We are preaching against corruption and indiscipline of this case, but we don't seem to be walking the talk. What are the factors that underlie this discrepancy between principle and practice?
Thank you. Now, colleagues, I want first to make a clarification. This investigation was not about the role of the Honorable Persis Namuganza in Naguru land issue. No. This investigation is about the conduct after the report had been passed by this House, the reaction and the statements made. So I don't want the two to be mixed, to say because she went to, the committee found her to have involved herself in Naguru land, and therefore they are putting her to disciplinary. No, no, no. They are not at all related. Issues of Naguru land, the action taken report was presented and we've handled it. So this is about the conduct after. So I wanted that to go on record. Honorable Amos, you were next. Honorable Marang, only 2 minutes. I don't. Yeah, right, yes. Right on, Prime Minister, I will allow you toward the end. So that you got.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee that handled the report, and having perused through and been reminded of what I saw on TV in the social media, and again, a point I thought was maybe initially it had been a mistake. I saw the Honorable Minister conduct herself here on the floor of Parliament a matter that confirmed her conduct that I saw. Even when a colleague, ED, proposed that maybe an apology would suffice, I turned to look at her. She was shaking her head in denial. And yet I had thought that was a leaf extended to her to reconsider her position. Right Honorable Speaker, we should conduct ourselves with the decorum that this Parliament deserves. And then the words, the diction, the non-verbal cues that were expressed by the Honorable Minister, in my opinion, do not reflect the position she's in. It is therefore unfortunate that even some of us that did not know this Honorable Minister in detail are now questioning and reconsidering our position that members are echoing here. Right Honorable Speaker, it is important that we do not encourage such conduct of a member.
Honorable Chair. And Kumi after.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the Committee of Rules for a job well done. Indeed, the recommendations of this report is very eye-opening, and when you look at most of the recommendations they've proposed, I want to support again the idea of Parliament orienting members on our codes of conduct so that members can know. Because if that is not done, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I think we are taking it for granted. It would be very unbecoming to see the Honorable Minister or even a member of Parliament, for our community members who are watching us, this is a matter that regards the image of Parliament, and the public can lose confidence in the integrity of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to urge us that as we move, even as we speak in this house, the people out there, Ugandans, are looking at us like role models, how we behave. I really want to urge the Honorable Minister that we don't even have a reason to believe or to refute any statement that the committee came up with against her, because what she has displayed, even in the House, beginning to bring even the Speaker of Parliament, bringing Honorable Magogo, will cause a lot of integrity issues on this Parliament. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Kumi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on Rule 91 on defamatory statements to be investigated by Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline. Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, when you look at other provisions, that is 1, 2, and 3, they are very clear on steps that are normally taken on matters related to this. I thank the committee and members, but Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable, because of the repeated absence of the Honorable Minister to attend to the committee several times, that was already an indication of an existing gap. I therefore want to implore and second a honorable colleague here that should the minister fail to apologize, provision 3, because he's saying here, where a member refuses to render an apology in accordance with the sub-rule 2, the speaker, upon the circumstances of the matter being reported to him or her by the chairperson of the Rules, Privileges and Discipline Committee, shall suspend that member for the duration of the season. So, Honorable Minister, it is very important that, Right Honorable, that this matter comes to an end with the behavior and commitment by the Honorable Minister. However, Honorable Members, when we go to our constituencies, some of you could have heard statements from our voters where they normally talk about the quality of the members of the 11th Parliament. And therefore, can we tune it to the rules of procedure? And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to stand to second the proposal of the committee that maybe you give us another in that.
Thank you, Honorable Korig. Honorable Kabanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for the good report and the strong recommendations. The Honorable Minister that the committee recommended that should be censured because most of us have not talked about it. According to the statements made by the Honorable Susan Amero, is known for disrespecting this house. This is not the first time. She did it, I heard, in the 10th Parliament. And she walked away with it. Nothing was done to her. The other day she was on TV belittling the house where she earns a salary. Belittling leaders of this Parliament that they are class monitors. Yesterday she was on a cabinet WhatsApp group belittling us. She said, yes, I have evidence, I have her messages, the WhatsApp messages, where she said that most of us are lousy, where she said the leadership for Parliament is crooked. Yeah, I have the WhatsApp messages. When I was coming here, nobody is going to intimidate me, Right Honorable Prime Minister. When I was here, one of the ministers told me.
Possible.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The procedural issue I'm concerned about is that we all know the procedural concern I have is that Honorable Kabanda, David, has referred to a WhatsApp group of the cabinet ministers. And you all know the ministers in this republic. And I happen to be in the WhatsApp group. Parliament of this nature, this is National Assembly, to gain respect and repute from doing evidence-based debating. Since he says that he has the WhatsApp, and I can say that the cabinet WhatsApp group where I am a member, I did not see anything like that. But is also
colleagues, can we listen to a member of cabinet?
Right Honorable Speaker, the debate of this House should be guided. I stand to be challenged by Honorable Kabanda that is not proceeding well when it's referring to
because
Right Honorable Speaker.
No, you see, colleagues.
Again,
but
honorable boss, just take a seat. don't mind. I've allowed Honorable Segona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Because you people, your colleagues, you're raising very many issues which are, you're tickling yourselves.
Right Honorable Speaker, of course it pains me to put my brother, the Honorable Boso Boss, to order. It is common sense that you give evidence about what you know positively, not what you do not know. What you saw, not what you did not see. My brother, the Honorable Minister of State for Defense and Veteran Affairs, rose on a point of procedure. One, points of procedure relate to the manner in which the House is proceeding. Two, the Honorable Minister says, I am on the platform. I did not see. He can only talk about what he saw. You cannot say, are we proceeding well, by entertaining what I did not see. Is the Honorable Minister in order to abuse that point of procedure?
Now, let me, Honorable Kavanda, please a minute. Number one, I met Honorable Kavanda. He came to my office and he was feeling really disturbed because he told me that someone forwarded to him a message from the cabinet platform. And if ministers think that whatever you say there is very private, you need it first know your own. You know, you clean up your house. It's like a member outside here going and saying that you posted this on a parliamentary WhatsApp group. Yes. And I come to say you're not in parliament, you're not a member of parliament. How did you know? But again, what Honorable Boss raises is the issue of emphasizing evidence. If he emphasized and he says, Honorable Kavanda, show us evidence here that it is posted. You see, you can forward a message, but Honorable Boss can say, show me the cabinet platform where it is posted. And or a screenshot. So, Honorable Kavanda, if you can clarify more, we would be glad.
Thank you very much. No. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament, the Minister, State Minister for Local Government, has just confirmed to me here that yes, we have seen the message, but it is the Honorable Ntawaz who sent it to you. She just confirmed, and now we're here. She has just confirmed it here.
Procedure, Honorable Sariva.
Sit down.
Honorable Sinja, wait a bit. I'm going to give you a chance.
Thank you very much. Protection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Please.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue at hand is very simple. There is a statement by the Honorable Kavanda about a post on a cabinet platform. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally correct that the Honorable Kavanda shares with this august House the message for purposes of, because the concern of Honorable both is raising an assumption that perhaps the Honorable Kavanda is submitting without evidence, and even says that this is an evidence-based House. Can we, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeking your indulgence, can that matter be settled now by sharing that message with us?
Honorable colleagues, you see, Honorable Basarira is bringing you on a very clear line. You're bringing contention of a message you don't know. What if the message was, I love you, Kabanda? Okay? So I think it is important we get from Honorable Kabanda the exact message. Number two, I learned from Honorable Margaret Mhanga. You know, she's a senior journalist. That successful journalism, you don't reveal your sources.
That's correct.
Now Kabanda has revealed his sources, but let's allow him.
Honorable Kabanda later.
And then members of cabinet will know whether indeed it was posted or not.
Bring it later.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would request that you allow me share this message with our, not on our WhatsApp group.
No, please read it for the record.
The Honorable Ntabazi posted something on the cabinet platform group. Honorable Namuganza responded as follows. My post, the Honorable Namuganza posted my message, the Honorable Ntabazi. The message reads as follows. From Honorable Namuganza. This is from you. You also know it.
Honorable Kabanda, please.
He said, is a lousy fellow who doesn't deserve any attention. Me. We have been with him in the NRM Youth League and has always been controversial. Me. A member of parliament. Maybe the only thing he can do is to deliver birthday gifts. That is me. The 11
that is writing about you.
Sorry?
That is writing about you.
Yes. Okay. The 11th parliament is known for being used by the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament through bribes and giving them trips. And the further information that I wanted to give you, Right Honorable Speaker, the same minister was heard this was heard this morning telling a colleague here that wait, the same minister, the Honorable Namuganza, was heard this morning telling a colleague that don't worry, I am going to handle that parliament. I have already given money to each of them and they are going to be by my side. She was heard this morning and she was here distributing money, and Honorable Waliomu Moses is one of them who were distributing money on her behalf. I beg to submit.
Order.
Honorable Waliomu, order. Order, Honorable Waliomu.
Thank you. Thank you, right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. I value this institution. I value this institution. And really, I value everybody who is called Honorable Member of Parliament. Because this is not my first time in this house. This is my second term. So this is not a playground. This is not a national theater. Whereby the honorable member stands and start deceiving the whole nation when the whole world is watching us. Is the honorable member in order to lie to this honorable house that I was given the money, delivered by who? By you, honorable member? Right Honorable Speaker, I have taken long. It's coming to a year without even talking to Honorable Namuganza. That is me. I am a person who doesn't fight people's wars. I'm a person. Right Honorable Speaker,
If you want to get a person who is not corrupting in this house, I'm one of them. I'm one of them. I will not be corrupted. I made my mind. If I decide that I'm on this side, I go by that, but not by the value of money.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Kabanda. Honorable Kabanda, the Honorable colleague says you table evidence. That you table evidence. And Honorable colleague, if you don't have evidence, it's always good to withdraw a statement against a colleague.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it is evident, unless you have not been following what was happening this side, it was evident that the Honorable Waliomu Moses, you saw what was happening. You saw, you has been here attacking Macho, attacking Solomon.
Honorable, the part I'm talking about. I am giving
information.
Listen, Honorable colleague, the part I'm talking about is Honorable Waliomu distributing money, not agreeing with a certain position. That's okay, I've watched, okay? But the one of distributing money imputes bad conduct on a colleague.
The Honorable Waliomu was given money to distribute and has given a few members and is still keeping some. Let him distribute the money to the members and it does its work.
Please. Honorable Kabanda, Honorable Kabanda, I'm going to give you time. I'm going to give you time to go and you bring evidence. If you don't, then we shall have this expunged from the record. Okay? Honorable colleagues, now you have diverted the debate. Can we go back on track? Can we go back on track? Honorable Segona.
Right, Honorable Speaker. On my part, I raise with pain to support
Honorable colleagues, please order.
The committee, both in its findings and recommendations except one. The part where, Right Honorable Speaker, the part where I want to differ from the committee is on the wording of the...
Honorable colleagues, can we listen to one another?
Mr. Speaker, the part where I beg to differ from my colleagues in the committee is on the recommendation for censure. Censure is provided for in our laws. However, at this preliminary point, the only logical recommendation we can talk about is a censure process. Not a censure process. Because censure process connotes due process. Whereas I disagree fundamentally with what I have observed as the conduct of the Honorable Minister, I shall defend to death her right to fair process. And this Parliament must act as the epitome of fairness. What that would connote, therefore, is that we talk about a process of censure, not censure. Because we know how our rules and processes move. Before I take leave, I still want to appeal to my sister, the minister. Humility doesn't cost anything. But it buys a lot. It buys a lot. Just bury yourself in humility. And know that we are your colleagues. We love you. In fact, part of this disciplinary process is intended to demonstrate love for you. So that probably, because we are meant to make ourselves better people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with people, colleagues who insinuate that we should go back and do some form of orientation, especially when you are making reference to a senior member of this House, a minister who is deemed to understand the rules of how we operate. In fact, to me, it is an insult to tell the minister that she goes back for orientation. Surely, if a second-term member of parliament has not learned the conduct, you would be insinuating that she takes long to learn, which I think is not good, is not healthy. So I pray that as we support this, we move an amendment to move from the use of the single word censure to say a censure process. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wanika, and then Honorable Sarira and Okupa.
Right Honorable Speaker, apart from being a member of parliament for Chimanya Kavonera Masaka City, I'm also a pastor. And one of my preoccupations is to lead the people to mercy. Honorable Persis Namuganza, mercy begins by you accepting and recognizing that you have done wrong. And that is the humility that everyone is talking about. I want to call upon you, Honorable Namuganza, to take the route of mercy and apologize to this august house and to the leadership that you did wrong. I apologize. Please forgive me. Requiring and asking for apology is not for the small. It is something that takes boldness. We want to call upon you that you take the route of mercy and apologize. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Colleagues, you can see the route you're taking is more of a route of, sober route. We are not attacking each other. We are a route of being humble. Honorable Sarira, I had allowed you.
Right on, Speaker, I want to thank you. Right on, Speaker, this parliament did assign the committee on rules to investigate this matter. The committee had opportunity to interact with witnesses. Not all of us had that opportunity. The committee had the opportunity. And we want to agree that the committee has made revelations that perhaps we didn't know. As a House, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to suggest that we keenly follow the recommendations of the committee, because the committee was working on our behalf and agree to support the recommendations in totality, because they were doing work on our behalf. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the recommendation of censure, as it were, and I just want to add to submission of my senior learned brother, the Honorable Akali Amagwa, that the idea of this House recommending a censure, and yet it is this very same House that is going to carry out the censure process, would undermine the concept of a fair trial. The colleague who will be appearing before us will be appearing before a House that has already adopted a recommendation for censure. So I want to agree with him that we modify that particular recommendation to talk about a censure process, which censure process will give the colleague an opportunity to defend herself. Otherwise, in its broad sense, we are going to fall into a trap of being judges in our own cause. I beg to submit. Right on, speak.
Thank you. The Honorable Namuganza, do you want to make any statement? With regard to what members have suggested, would you want to make any statement?
Right Honorable, I am shocked see that members of parliament can come here and make allegations, even without tabling evidence, even against colleague members. How I have given money, how I have said I've given money, how they have picked it from cabinet platform, even when they are not members of that cabinet platform. It lowers the dignity of this house. Yes, Right Honorable, my right to be heard is inalienable. I have the right to be heard. I'm one individual against all of you. I have the right to be heard. Right Honorable, as I informed this house, I went to court. I'm still in court. So,
Right Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, I've allowed the Prime Minister to speak. I have allowed the Prime Minister to speak, so let her speak.
Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. On behalf of government and on my own behalf, I want to appeal to members that when you are in such a situation, sometimes you may fail to express your inner self. And I want you to feel for her. I'm doing this in good faith. Today, honorable members, we are all members of the same family. We are all members of the same family. And I want to beg you on her behalf to forgive her.
So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you invite a member who is answering her, her own issues to come and extend the apology?
Right Honorable Speaker, recently,
colleagues, let's please, this is our senior leader. This is our senior leader. Let's listen.
I have never been in an LOC court in my life. I have never been in any courts of law in my life. I have always
listen to the Prime Minister, please.
I have always tried to solve issues that come across my way, and like that, we have been able to deliver to our people. So I wanted to request my sister.
Yeah. Honorable Panado, no, wait. Honorable Panado, please. No.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I wanted to give my mother, the Prime Minister, personally, I'm a Musoga. Yes. I come from Busoga, and I think I'm serving my third term. Really, humility does not cost you anything. If the father of the Treating General can apologize to the people of Kenya that I'm sorry for the Treating General for what he has done, what about you? Why don't you apologize and we go on?
Right Honourable Prime Minister, resume.
Honorable members, like many members have said, let me give you an example. Do you remember recently when I went to court in order to help an old woman who was in prison? Today, I have been in the chambers of Chief Justice, and we have made the defenses, and life is continuing. So for me, you know, in Uganda, I cannot speak Uganda here. Okay, let me, on behalf of government, request my sister. It costs nothing. It costs nothing. We don't need to drag this house in this. Can you please stand up and apologize?
That's coercion.
Namuganza. No, wait. The Prime Minister has made a request to the member of her front bench.
But that's coercion.
Please don't access a microphone without my permission, Honorable. Please. You want to go through the same? So, the Honorable Prime Minister has requested her minister to come and offer an apology. I don't know if she wants to say anything.
Right, Honorable.
Honorable Namuganza, I allowed you.
Procedure.
It's me allowing people to speak, Honorable Namuganza. Honorable Namuganza, you want to say anything?
Procedure.
Right, Honorable. And honorable members, if I hurt you in any way, I regret.
Procedure. Procedure. Procedure.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable. Procedure, Honorable Medad Segona.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
I rose up on a point of procedure. First, if there is anything that must be preserved...
Colleagues, Honorable Wadiomu, please take your seat. Colleagues, please. Please, Honorable,
Speaker,
take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, if anything must be preserved and protected by this Parliament, it is conscience.
Yes.
The Honorable Minister has demonstrated that by her conscience, she does not want to apologize. Yes. Number two, discipline is a personal matter. It has nothing to do with government. It has nothing to do with leadership. I have been here observing and watching. The Right Honourable Prime Minister attempted to persuade her minister, and she refused. What we are witnessing is a cagey statement, cosmetic apology of saying, and which she does not even believe in. She says, if I hurt, mark the word, if. She does not even believe she hurt us. She does not even believe she offended the rules of this house. She does not believe that she has brought us under and into disrepute. Is it procedurally right for the Prime Minister? And then she makes a cosmetic apology.
Colleagues, further procedure, then I will I'll guide that one.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, when a report indicts you and you are drawn into apology, the apology is not done in a haphazard manner or in a casual manner. the apology is in itself a process. You have to come over, appear in the dock, admit that you wronged us or the institution of parliament or whoever it is, and then offer an unconditional, unqualified apology. It is not a statement done casually. So, Right Honourable Speaker, my submission is that an apology is not a one-line statement. No. The due process in our rules must be followed if a member is willing and ready to apologize upon being indicted by a committee report. In the absence of that, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to move a motion under Rule 59 that the committee report be adopted mutatis mutandis. I submit. That's mutatis mutandis. As amended is mutatis mutandis. That's what I said.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Now, colleagues.
Procedure.
Colleagues, you see, we have different types of apologies.
No.
Listen to me. Listen. Hey, I'm the speaker. You can't say no because you see, I'm the one who rules. Now you're saying no. So you better come here. Now, apologies to do with like statements made here. You come here and you make an apology. Okay? You make an apology. Then we have apologies that are recommended from reports of the House. Okay? So meaning for the apology of the Honorable Namuganza to be formally accepted here and we discharge that item off, it would, number one, the House has to adopt that indeed we accept an apology. That's number one. Then number two, we follow the formal process of an apology, whereby a member goes out, comes, stands in our dock, and then admits, and he says, I'm apologetic. Okay? Which would include withdrawal of the cases in court, because you cannot apologize when we are still in court. You have us in court and then you apologize. So that would be a formal process. And colleagues, we have a motion. We have a motion on the floor. So I have to put a question on the motion. But there is an amendment which was proposed first. Honorable Semuji, you have a procedure matter?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to raise this procedure issue. If you allow me just to give a one sentence background. Yesterday, we were here asking ministers to table reports of action taken. This parliament spent the whole afternoon pleading with ministers as if they are angels. Today, we have another case of a minister. The Prime Minister is pleading. In fact, for me, I didn't know that Honorable Namuganza is this powerful. Now I know. The Prime Minister is pleading. The Deputy is pleading. The whole Parliament is pleading. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament is supposed to make decisions following the rules, not to plead with the people. That please, daughter, please. So the procedure issue I am raising, Mr. Speaker, is whether this Parliament has become a council of elders whose job is to plead and cajole and instead of making decisions. That's the procedure issue I am raising, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Semuju. We have elders in this parliament and they are always welcome. There is a motion. Please, there is a motion. But before that motion, there was an amendment, a proposed amendment. I would propose that we first handle the amendment. Because the amendment from the Honorable Segona was saying that Parliament commences the process of censure. Not that Parliament censures. So meaning Parliament has not concluded, has not made a final decision on the fate of the Honorable Korik. Okay? I want to put a question on that. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it. We have a second motion which says we adopt the report of the committee as amended. Yes. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Aye. The ayes have it. Yes. So whoever will start on the process, please. Thank you. Next item. Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Now that the report of the committee has settled particular ghosts, I am very sure the member so investigated is not an ordinary member. She is smart at her work. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, this particular report is a culmination of another report that speaks to impropriety and improper dealing by the Honourable Member. And I'm very sure she would have loved this to really go on as the other bigger matter really fizzles. And for me, that's why I was quiet to really see if this House is alive to even a bigger matter in which the Honourable Minister is involved. And Right Honourable Speaker, because a decision was made on that other matter, I would like to seek your indulgence and ask if it were not proper for the Prime Minister, as part of action taken, to report to the House.
Colleagues, in this, we don't run this as a place for whistling. No, please. You must catch my eye. You have not caught my eye. Proceed.
Right Honourable Speaker, we beseech your kindness. You need to appreciate that members sometimes get agitated over matters before us. And it calls for a level of complex situations. The prayer I was making to you, Right Honourable Speaker, that while this was going on, we have a matter to which this House made a decision relating to the Honourable Kimosho Committee. And the decision of that committee report are not contested. Would it be proper, Right Honourable Speaker, if you instructed the Prime Minister as a way of action taken to report to this House in the immediacy yet what action was taken on that report and its attendant recommendations?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. The report was tabled and we received a response from Leader of Opposition, which was tabled on your behalf by the Honourable Medal Segona, as instructed. So, the action taken report, okay? There is a part which was pending whereby they've reported to the appointing authority. It's not the Prime Minister. Okay? So that was done. That was done. And I propose really we don't reopen that. Let's go to another item. Rob, if there is any dissatisfaction, we shall, you shall raise it us as presiding officers and we give you space on the floor and we task the Prime Minister to indeed raise it. Because the action report was brought to the House. Yeah. Colleagues, we closed this matter. Okay?
Mr. Speaker.
Please, colleagues, we've closed this matter. Next item.
Item number 8, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the petition of Kampala City Traders Association.
Honorable Chair, Trade. Colleagues, let's receive the committee report. I'll switch on your microphone, Honorable colleague.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade, Industry concerning the petition raised by Kampala City Traders Association about the unfair taxation and high costs of credit. I beg to lay the minutes of the meetings held by the committee. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry concerning the petition raised by Kampala City Traders Association about the unfair taxation and the high costs of credit. Introduction. The Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry hereby presents its report on the petition raised by CACITA regarding the unfair taxation and high costs of credit, amongst other issues that the business community in Uganda is facing in the post-COVID-19 era. Pursuant to its mandate, the committee undertook an investigation into the issues raised and has agreed to report as follows. Honorable members, for the interest of time, I'll go to page 5, the rationale for the committee's investigation. On the 27th of September 2022, CACITA petitioned Parliament of Uganda to make interventions in relation to the challenges faced by the business community in Uganda, particularly the unfair taxation, high costs of credit, amongst other issues. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, at the 34th sitting of the first meeting of the second session of the 11th Parliament, directed that the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry considers the matter and reports back to Parliament. Terms of reference in executing its mandate, the committee was guided by the following terms of reference: to intervene in the matter and carry out an exhaustive investigation into the issues raised in the petition of Kampala City Traders Association concerning unfair taxation and the high costs of credit. 2, to explore and give recommendations to the issues raised in the petition and report back to Parliament. Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, the methodology is on page 6. The various stakeholders we met and the desk research we carried out. I'll go straight to the findings of the committee on page 7. Findings, observations and recommendations of the committee. The committee examined the petition submitted, conducted stakeholder consultations, received memoranda, and scrutinized documentary evidence available during the investigation. The committee therefore presents the following findings, observations and recommendations. I'll go straight to the concerns. 6.11, the high costs of capital and cumbersome loan appraisal processes. The committee was informed by the petitioners that the procedures to access funds from UDB are hectic and challenging to most local business people, and yet borrowing from commercial banks is very costly. It should be noted that the government of Uganda, in addition to the existing capital, allocated 455.18 billion COVID-19 stimulus package in the financial year 2019-2020 to UDB in an effort to provide the much needed business cover to keep the businesses afloat during and after the COVID-19 pandemic and thereby stimulate the economy. Under the program, a minimum loan threshold of 100 million at an interest of 12% per annum for repayment period of up to 15 years plus a 3-year grace period. Additionally, potential borrowers must be registered legal entities or groups. The committee was further informed that to date, most small medium enterprises who were the main target of the program have failed to access the money. The committee established that UDB is mandated to provide finance in form of short, medium and long-term secured loans, equity financing and project preparation, business advisory services to micro, small and medium enterprises and large-scale development projects in the key priority sectors of agriculture, agroindustry, and manufacturing. CASITA is mainly comprised of medium small enterprises, and the committee observed the following. 1. UDB lending interest rates. The committee also established that UDB disperses its loans at an interest between 10 to 12% per annum, and the applicant has to pay an appraisal fee of 0.75% to 1%, which is still high for a recovering business, which makes UDB more of a commercial bank than a development bank. B. UDB cumbersome credit appraisal processes. It was established that UDB's credit approval processes and high minimum lending thresholds of 100 million are biased towards large corporate borrowers who have the better business plans, better credit ratings, and higher profitability. What we're trying to say is they cannot give money to someone who is borrowing less than 100 million. And yet most of the small medium enterprises do not require money above 100 million. C. UDB legal registration requirements make credit inaccessible to most medium and small enterprises. According to the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, a greater percentage of the medium small enterprises are unregistered and operate informally, yet these businesses are the backbone of the economic growth in Uganda. However, to access financial services from UDB, the medium small enterprises must have undergone a legal process of forming a corporate entity with the Uganda Registration Service Bureau, or to have registered as a cooperative or a farmer group. This alienates most medium small enterprises from accessing the finance from UDB. E, and lastly, UDB reliance on land titles as collateral excludes the medium small enterprises who are mostly financially constrained. The committee observes that financial institutions generally do not sanction credit to most medium small enterprises due to lack of significant collateral, and the situation is not any different with UDB. It was established that collateral is discounted to the forced sale value, which disadvantages most medium small enterprises from accessing the loans above the threshold of 50 million from UDB. It was also noted that during our interaction with the State Minister for Finance, Honorable Minister Anite, that the 455 billion that was put in UDB was fixed in DFCU, and therefore most of the beneficiaries have never accessed this money to date. The second issue, poor mode of implementation of the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system. Honorable members, for the interest of time, let me summarize in a preamble what this is. URA has brought a system to efficiently collect tax. So you are meant to buy a machine and install it in your business, and whatever transaction, every receipt you print, it reflects at URA. Now this is what we call the FRIS, and this is one of the challenges CASITA presented in its petition. The electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing system is a system that was introduced by URA in May 2020 to improve business efficiencies and reduce the cost of compliance through improved record keeping among taxpayers and mitigate tax administration shortfalls while promoting compliance efficiency. The system was supposed to be installed in traders' premises under the instruction of a consultant so that all transactions can be reflected on the URA systems. URA informed the committee that they undertook several engagements with individual businesses and associations in preparation for the implementation. According to URA, big supermarkets were invited to participate in the voluntary pilot phase to adequately prepare them for the implementation because they had already had existing business transaction systems that could easily be integrated into FRIS. Furthermore, URA informed the committee that virtual sensitization were undertaken amidst COVID-19 pandemic. VAT registered customers were also encouraged to use self-learning videos that were available to be downloaded and viewed from the comfort of their homes. So this system is supposed to work in all businesses in the country, but URA has decided to start with the VAT registered businesses, which are the supermarkets and the hardwares. However, even the small kiosks are meant to install these systems in their shops. URA further informed the committee that there is a general outcry from the business community to have an extension of the IFRIS implementation, and the request was acknowledged and granted to all VAT registered taxpayers for 3 months from 1st July 2020 to 30th September 2020. A further extension request was also made by Uganda Manufacturers Association for an additional 3 months, which was also granted to all taxpayers. URA informed the committee that during the extension period, they continued with the sensitization and training of taxpayers. On January 1st, 2021, URA rolled out EFRIS implementation and gave taxpayers another period of 10 months from January 1st, 2021 to 30th September 2021 before commencement. According to URA, training and hand-holding sessions were held with the taxpayers at their premises to support the implementation when the lockdown was eased. On 20th September 2021, URA issued a public notice requesting taxpayers to comply. However, this compliance action did not start immediately according to URA, and to date, they are working with CASITA to ensure compliance through having weekly radio talk shows discussing URA initiatives, including EFRIS. Furthermore, URA informed the committee that they have created dedicated units for both EFRIS and domestic taxes. For the interest of time, honorable members, allow me to go to page 11, straight to the issues that CASITA raised. CASITA informed the committee that EFRIS system came at a time when business was at a standstill, and therefore traders did not have enough time to comprehend with EFRIS, to comprehend what EFRIS was all about. CASITA further informed the committee that 2 weeks before the petition was presented to the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, URA invaded shops in Nakasero and Nasa Road to check for EFRIS compliance by traders. CASITA further stated that installing and operationalization of the system has a cost burden of not less than 20 million on the traders, because you have to buy a machine, you have to buy the software URA wants to integrate to their systems, you have to hire a professional to come and install this software, you have to hire, in case you have not gone to school and you are illiterate, you have to hire a person to run the system in your shop every day. So the total cost is not less than 20 million shillings. The committee was further informed by CASITA that the penalty for any trader not able to operationalize EFRIS was in hundreds of millions, and if one is not able to pay this, they were compelled to pay a bribe for fear of prosecution by URA officials. CASITA agrees that EFRIS is a very useful tool that traders need to embrace. However, they note that this is a very scientific tool that traders need to be sensitized about before enforcement and compliance and complete rollout is undertaken. This would enable traders to appreciate, embrace, and utilize it in their day-to-day business transactions. What this means is, if you have a hotel, you will have to install this system that costs not less than 20 million in the bar. You have to install it at the reception. If you have a supermarket and you have 5 tills, you have to install it on all the tills, and this is the financial implication. Furthermore, CASITA responded that they had embarked on a mass sensitization campaign to educate taxpayers on the features of this new system. The trainings were accessible to a selected few members of the public, and henceforth, EFRIS remained a ministry to many traders. The committee also carried out research their products or services they deal in from the URA's preset database. The software that you are given already has a preset database of all these commodities, which poses some challenges. It should be noted that businesses in Uganda today are innovative, and businesses in Uganda today are innovative and package their services or products to customers in unique ways that may not have been provided for in the URA database. It is therefore hard to assume that the URA database of products and services categories is exhaustive. The committee also observes that some businesses in Uganda are owned and run by uneducated businessmen and women. This would therefore increase the cost of businesses, since it requires to hire an extra educated person to run the system. The committee observes that the system will help URA efficiently collect taxes when fully implemented. The committee also took note of the fact that this system at times has network issues. So when the network is down, it is hard for you to print or sell your goods. We also took note that there are already suppliers, for example supermarkets, that have installed the system, and there are those small shops. For example, when you look at Chikubo, they have already installed the system. But when you look at other shops, for example, in Natete and the rest, they have not installed the system, but they are receiving goods from the same suppliers. Therefore, they are incurring unfair terms. They have to increase the cost of their commodities. Honorable members, the last issue that was handled by the committee in regards to the petition is misclassification of animal feed concentrates as premixes. Honorable members, if I give a preamble about this issue, URA has classified concentrates as before they have not been paying taxes. They have been exempt from VAT and import duty. However, URA has classified them in a category known as others. So what this means is a cost of a tray that has been going for around 13,000 in a shop, if this classification continues, will go to about 18,000. A cost of a kilogram of pork that has been going for about 14,000 will go to about 20,000. A cost of a kilogram of beef will also have the same impact, a 28% increment. The petitioner has informed the committee that URA is undertaking an exercise of reclassification of concentrates used in animal and poultry feeds to attract import duty of 10% and value-added tax of 18%. According to the petitioner, this is an illegal and irregular imposition of a tax which has grave implications for trade across Ugandan borders and within the East African community. The petitions aver that URA is demanding that that they sign promissory notes to the effect that they shall pay the authority value-added tax of 18% and import duty of 10% on concentrates used in animal and poultry feeds that were imported since 2017. It means all those people who have been importing concentrates and selling, they now have to pay the tax. The tax, yet they have already sold these commodities to farmers. According to the petitioner's, clearance from customs is conditional to the undertaking of the promissory note to this effect. URA informed the committee that during their routine desk audit, it was established that importers of concentrates have been misclassifying concentrates as premixes under subheading 2309-9010, which attracts import duty of 0%, as opposed to 2309-9090 for others, which attracts 10% import duty. URA further informed the committee that they established that the importers have also been making declarations of imported concentrates under Customs Procedure Code 478, which is for animal feeds and premixes and exempt from value-added tax under the second schedule of the Value-Added Tax Act. Specifically, Item 1, QA, according to the URA, traders have been avoiding paying the 18% VAT on the imported concentrates and the import duty of 10% by misclassifying them as premixes. This, according to URA, has led to loss of revenue to government, and the authority now seeks to recover the said taxes from the traders since 2017. According to URA, a concentrate is not a premix and therefore does not constitute supplies that are exempt under the second schedule of the VAT Act. URA avers that whereas premix is composed of minerals and a base, a concentrate is composed of a premix and a protein feed. What we are saying is a concentrate is now like an advanced premix. They now add what we may not get readily available in Uganda. This is the protein, this is the mukene, this is the soya, into that bag known as a concentrate and import it into the country. So all you need to do is add maize bran and maize, what we call broken maize, into that mix. Whereas the premix is the vitamins. Available protein feed sources in Uganda so far are either of animal, this is fish meal, meat or bone meal, or plant origin, soya bean meal, sunflower meal, cotton seed cake, and groundnut cake. There are also underutilized or neglected protein sources such as pigeon peas, cowpeas, and chickpeas. A complete formula granulate feed is therefore composed of premix, protein feed, and energy feed.
Now, Honorable Chair,
yes,
I read through your report, and the members, I'm sure, read. That technical part, okay, was not so much the issue of Kasita. and I'm glad you captured it. So you need to highlight for us the part of how it disadvantages, mainly that part, whereby other countries are not charging this tax, whereby it's giving advantage to the big people, leaving out the small players. If you could touch that, because your report is so big, I want to be able to read it verbatim.
Thank you, Right
And then
Honourable
we go
Speaker.
to recommendations.
Since the Attorney General is here, allow me to read his opinion. The Attorney General submitted a legal opinion on the issue of taxes to the committee, whereas the committee appreciates his legal guidance. The committee observes that the Attorney General raised and resolved the issue of whether animal feeds, concentrates, and others that fall in that category are exempt supply under the VAT Act. In resolving the issue, the Attorney General concluded that a concentrate is an ingredient or a component of an animal feed, and as such it cannot be defined to be an animal feed, since it is even unsafe if fed free choice or alone to an animal, and is not an exempt supply or import under the VAT Act. Firstly, the committee is aware that animal feeds are exempt supplies under the VAT Act, and as such not under contention. Secondly, it is the committee's considered opinion that the matter under contention is whether concentrates are not premixes envisaged under exemption of Section 19 of the VAT Act 2017 as amended. In other words, the committee required legal opinion on whether the reclassification of concentrates as imports attracting import duty and VAT as opposed by URAs is legal and justified in view of the VAT Act. Whereas the committee agrees with the Attorney General in as far as his conclusion that concentrates are ingredients or components of animal feed, the committee is of the view that concentrates are indeed premixes or preparations used in animal feeds and are therefore exempt under the VAT Act and the East African Customs Management Act, as discussed further here under. The committee observes that the VAT Act of Uganda provides for tax rates of 18%, 0% or exempt. Section 19(1) of the Value Added Tax, Cap 349, provides that the supply of goods and services is an exempt supply, and if it is specified in the second schedule of the VAT Act, the second schedule of the VAT Act was amended by the Value Added Tax. Honorable members, just for the interest of time, if this is, because we are now comparing Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania, if at all we accept the classification of this concentrate under others, therefore paying 18% VAT and 10% VAT, it would mean it would increase the cost of production of our eggs, of our beef, of our pork, and therefore would be the highest, because Kenya and Tanzania are not charging on concentrate any tax. It means we would not be able to compete on the East African market. The committee observes, as far as the exemption of animal feeds and premixes from VAT, it is not in contention that these are exempt supplies. The committee further observes that the area of contention emanates from the sudden and rather unprecedented decision of URA to classify concentrates under a different code from that of premixes. The committee therefore reviewed some of the VAT Act and of other countries within the East African community and established that under the Value Added Tax Act of Kenya, exempt supplies are provided for under the first schedule of Item 43 under the first schedule provides for materials, waste, residues, and byproducts. In short, it's only Uganda that would be charging a tax on these concentrates. The committee further established, it's Tanzania as well, the committee observes that the plight of the petitioners arises from both the allegation that URA and the traders are misclassifying concentrates and also from the decision of URA not to consider all items classified under 2309-9010 and 2309-9090 as preparations of a kind used in animal feeds. The committee further observes, honorable members, I'm sorry you may not follow, I'm trying to break it down fast. The committee further observes that the decision by URA is rather outstanding and divergent from the East African community, since both Kenya and Tanzania exempt all preparations of a kind used in animal feed under the said codes. The committee further observes that Kenya and Tanzania expressly exempt all preparations of a kind using animal feed from both value-added tax and import duty. The countries achieve this through providing for the codes 2309910, 230999090 as exempt under the value-added tax. Honorable members, I'm now on page 19. The committee, with considered disappointment, observes that the proposal by URA to classify concentrates under subheading 230990 as other under the East African Customs Union harmonized community description and coding system will result into Uganda being the only country in East African community which classify concentrates as such, and therefore against the harmonized commodity description and coding system as well as the structure of the East African community external tariffs. The committee with dismay further observes that should Uganda be the only country in East Africa to classify concentrates under the subheading 23099090 and consequently imposing VAT of 18% and 10% import duty on preparations for the use of manufacture of animal and poultry feeds, this would have a seemingly retrospective effect by increasing the cost of production of animal and poultry products, therefore disadvantaging Uganda's animal and poultry products on the East African market. For example, a tray of eggs in Uganda currently costs 12,000, while Kenya is 15,000, and in Tanzania is 17,000 Ugandan shillings effectively. Our eggs, which have been the cheapest in the region, would be projected to cost approximately now 20,000 upon reclassification of concentrates as taxable premixes for use in the manufacture of animal and poultry feeds, and yet these are exempt by all other countries in the East African community. The committee further observes that the decision to reclassify concentrates under subheading 2309990 was not critically analyzed by URA, and it contravenes the Value-Added Tax Amendment Act 2017. This is because the Act generally exempts both the supply of animal feeds and premixes and does not specify or categorize premixes as URA seeks to do. This means that a trader who imports and pays VAT on a concentrate cannot transfer VAT to the final consumer. The committee is distressed to observe further that indeed the contention by the petitioners and importers that the reclassification of concentrates to attract VAT and import duty of 10% will only serve the interests of the big players. Because when you're a big importer and you're importing goods, especially animal feed, and you're not going to sell it, you're exempt from tax. Whereas the small scale farmers who cannot import these goods will have to buy from people who have already paid this tax, people who are importing for sale, and they are going to compete in the same market. So eventually, the small players will be pushed out because they cannot sell their eggs, for example, at the same cost as someone as a big player who has not paid the tax. In essence, whereas big commercial farmers and importers like Ugachik and Biinzika will be exempted from paying taxes because they are importing inputs for use, the small players in the industry are the importers who import to resell to retailers, and the majority small-scale farmers in Uganda will have to incur taxes. As an end result, the final products of these small players, farmers and traders and manufacturers, will be significantly more expensive as compared to the big players, and therefore making them unable to compete on the rather unleveled playing field. The committees of the considered view that this turn of events only seeks to augment the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy by rendering businesses very expensive for the common Ugandan who is trying to survive in the post-COVID era. The committee during the interactions with URA observed that URA's primary goal was to look for more avenues of increasing the tax base. The committee notes with dismay that URA does not have any record of a tax impact assessment on the economy carried out before imposing of any tax whatsoever, well aware that tax is a function of profit. The committee observes whereas URA is looking to imposing more taxes on the already constrained taxpayer, and is in this case by reclassification of the concentrate to attract import duty of 10%, the authority should instead be looking at establishing more policies that limit discretion in the selection of farms receiving tax incentives. And we have listed the number of incentives there. Honorable members, page 22. While appearing before the committee, URA alluded that Animal Feeds Bill 2020 and submitted that it, together with the ministry responsible for agriculture, intend to harmonize their positions and rely on the definition of premixes under the Animal Feeds Bill once passed by Parliament to resolve the matter. When we are interfacing with URA, they said this will be solved in the future when the Animal Feeds Bill is presented. The committee observes that this is irregular, legally untenable, inapplicable, and anticipatory. Everything is there. Honorable members, page 23, available raw materials. There was a debate that we should support the already existing farms producing because these raw materials are readily available, therefore we don't need to import. The committee was informed by URA that the protein composition of concentrates are readily available on the Ugandan market and their importation of the same should be discouraged through the imposition of tax, hence justification for reclassification of concentrates. On the other hand, however, the importers stock petitioners contend that the region and Uganda do not have capacity to manufacture or supply these products and therefore they are justified to import them. Honorable members, allow me to go straight to the next page. According to statistics obtained from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the average soybean production has increased from just 25,730 metric tons in 2016 to over 160,000 metric tons in 2020. The Poultry Association of Uganda has attributed this growth not to human consumption, but the growth of animal and bird population, which is in turn increased the demand of animal feeds that utilizes soybeans as a key component in its production. The committee was, however, informed that most of our soya is exported out of the country, leaving small amounts for local buyers. The scarcity of soya in the country has pushed soya prices up and high in the recent years, which has forced producers to resort to importation of concentrate. The committee observes that locally manufactured concentrates that URA says is protecting and animal feeds are more expensive even than the imported one from Netherlands and Belgium. For example, a kilogram of layer feeds mixed with imported concentrates costs 2,250 compared to 2,800 for locally packed feeds. It is evident from table 2 above that the importation of chicks has reduced tremendously from 85 metric tons in 2016 to just 125 kilograms in 2020. Honorable members, for the interest of time, the quality of animal feeds. Honorable members, there was also an issue that the quality feeds produced in Uganda are of poor quality. And when we were interacting with the petitioners, they said, for example, mukene, when you are buying mukene, when they are collecting it at the lake, they mix it with sand. So the committee had to look into this matter and find its relevance. Upon receiving allegations of poor quality feeds, the committee picked samples from Binzika, which is one of the largest manufacturers, and Ugachik, who are currently considered top manufacturers of animal feed in the country. These samples were subjected to test at the Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory. Nutritional requirements and heavy metals were analyzed in accordance with the requirements for compounded poultry feeds. Honorable members and Right Honorable Speaker, in short, the results were received by the committee and we discovered that it is true all the ingredients are in the locally manufactured concentrate. However, it was very hard for us to establish what percentages, because with animals there's a certain percentage of each that must be in these packed concentrates. The committee therefore finds the quality of the sample of the feed taken from the two manufacturers meets the nutrition requirements. However, this is not conclusive since the committee only considered two manufacturers out of the 31. Imports of concentrates.
Honorable, can we go on recommendations?
Yes.
Straight to recommendations on page 30.
Recommendations of the committee. The committee recommends that URA prioritizes the undertaking of taxation impact assessment studies before imposition of taxes or reclassification of supplies to ensure that the principles of taxation which provide for guidelines of a good taxation system are followed to maximize the tax base without necessarily crippling the economy or overburdening the taxpayer. 2, the committee recommends that government establishes policies that limit discretion in the selection of companies receiving tax incentives and that it applies specific rules or criteria for any company to become eligible for tax incentives in the Ugandan economy. 3, the committee recommends that URA extends the implementation of the F-free system by not less than 1 year, during which period URA should invest more in education, publicity, sensitization, and offering technical support to all traders to effectively implement and utilize the system. 4, the committee recommends that URA undertakes a classification of businesses according to their turnover and categorizes them for the purpose of creating a threshold for the implementation of the FRIS system. This is because some businesses have meager turnovers that can easily be crippled by the cost related to implementing the system, because we established that you need about 20 million to set up this system. The committee recommends that the development institutions such as UDB, UDC, and Micro Support Center must put in place flexible arrangements for credit access that include smaller businesses and informal sector that would otherwise not benefit under the existing criteria. The use of movable property as security as regulated by the Security Interest in Movable Properties Act 2019, for example, should be operationalized to foster access to credit by medium small enterprises. 6, the committee recommends that URA with immediate effect puts a stop to the irregular classification of concentrates and unconditionally releases all animal and poultry feed concentrates that have been allegedly been misclassified by importers as premixes. The act of URA is untenable under the current legal regime and may result into litigation to the liability of government. 7, the committee recommends that URA immediately puts stoppage on the requirement that traders, stock importers execute promissory notes for VAT and import duty payable on imported concentrates since 2017. The committee is cognizant of the legal mandate of URA to collect taxes. The committee, however, refers to the case of Francis Biamugisha vs. Parliamentary Commission, URA and Attorney General, in which the applicant sued government entities for failure to collect taxes due to the emoluments of members of parliament. Justice Madrama found that the said defendants were bound to follow the advice of the Attorney General, and therefore the Parliamentary Commission and Uganda Revenue Authority did not breach their statutory duties to collect taxes upon being properly advised by the Attorney General. In other words, taxes from 1997 to the time of the decisions were not collectible under the judgment of the court. It was so held. In view of the case, therefore, the committee recommends that URA and the Attorney General applies the same principle in this matter and ensures that the traders are saved from an unfair and irregular taxation regime. 8, the committee recommends that government should fast track the Animal Feeds Bill to regulate the local manufacturers of animal feeds in Uganda to establish standards for quality production. 9, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Agriculture and all concerned stakeholders carry out thorough consultations during pre-legislative scrutiny of the Animal Feeds Bill to ensure that there is reconciliation and that an implementable law which addresses the pertinent issues affecting the sector is enacted by Parliament. Lastly, the committee recommends that the VAT Act be amended to eliminate any doubt that concentrates are premixes exempted under the second schedule of the VAT value-added tax, and therefore reconciling the taxation regime of Uganda with other countries in the East African community. This shall be achieved through adopting the wording of the VAT Act of Kenya, which exempts materials, waste, residues, and byproducts, whether or not in form of pellets, preparations of a kind used in animal feeding, of tariff numbers 23099010 and 23099090, among others. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable colleagues on the committee. Thank you for the job well done. I read through this report. Some of the issues are really issues which we must tackle indeed, because you see, if you find you have a tax which is only Uganda is imposing in the whole region, then how do you expect us to compete? It means products from other countries are going to come into our country. They outcompete us from here. Sometimes that's how you ask yourself, how come these people are producing from far, but they are selling cheaply, even better quality sometimes. So I hope that's really sorted. Then also, of course, when I was reading through, especially on the role of UDB, it will be wrong for a development bank to start handling issues of small-scale businesses. We have microfinance support center. You know, we should ensure that now we separate money, because the issue is about money. If we avail funds to microfinance support center, then it will be able to go and support medium and small scale business. But if a development bank is going to handle issues of people who poultry of 100 birds, then it's no longer a development bank. Anyway, I open up, but before I do that, Honourable Minister, do you want to make any comment that can guide the debate before I open up the debate?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my friend Honourable Matthias Mpuga is making some joke. I want to assume that I have not heard. But Mr. Speaker, I want to make a general comment in thanking the committee that I largely agree with recommendations they have made. However, on the IFRIS, I wish to inform this House that under the Tax Procedures Code, this is where the introduction of IFRIS was provided for, and if I may recollect, we gave a period of about 5 years to enable it to begin, and now what URA is implementing is an issue of law which was passed by this House. But without going in too much into legalities, the IFRIS has enabled us collect taxes from a category of taxpayers who were fond of avoiding, not avoiding, actually evading taxes. And I wish to invite colleagues to support us in implementation of this reform. It is good for our revenue collection. Point 2, on UDB, the 450 billion which we extended to them to mitigate the effects which COVID had caused to businesses. It is not true that this money was fixed in DFCU Bank. The money is just banked in DFCU, was banked in DFCU, and the senior bank here is giving me a technical term that is for the purposes of liquidity holding. As UDB appraises projects, this money cannot be hanging. It must be somewhere making some small return. And once this project is through the appraisal process, UDB transfers the money to the beneficiary. Some clarification, yes?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The clarification I would like to seek is that if the money is banked with UDB, with the DFCU, it makes some profit. Because when it is in circulation, when it's given out, it makes some profit. Where does that money go? Is the clarification I want to seek.
Thank you so much, Honorable Amero. UDB is a company which exists, first of all, to help in development financing, but also it makes profit. It's a profit-making company, and it self-finances itself from the profits it makes. So that's where the money goes.
Honorable colleagues, Honorable Minister, that's a very clear.
Mr. Chairman,
Honorable Minister,
on the issue of...
I'm seeing colleagues are shaking their heads on this matter. Because we were processing loans for UDB. And when we were processing loans, I remember there's a time we were asking, saying, you're borrowing at this much, why are you lending at this much? UDB told us, we have to be a profit-making company so that we grow, and then our cash book is very okay, we attract cheap capital. That's how companies, that's how multilateral lenders like Badea are able to come in, because you're a profit-making company. If you're a mere sort of NGO, non-profit-making, then you cannot even get money from these companies. Now, the issue how I understood it was, you've given UDB 200 billion. This money you have given them, but they've not yet gotten clients. So should money be just seated when banks are making money out of it? Because UDB, being a development bank, now keeps money in retail banks, in commercial banks. Me, I have a loan with them, but I pay through a commercial bank because their license is not for operating branches and all that. So the moment, and it's advice to you, if you know you have money, you're saving like for a certain project, and you have your 1 billion, you keep adding on, it becomes 2 billion, 3 billion. And it is just there you're saving. You know the bank is making profit on you, and you're making a loss. You better every day you are saving, that saving you've put in, fix it. It starts making money for you. There is fixing short term, there is fixing long term. Now fix short term, even if you make some little money, it's a good business decision you would have made. Otherwise, inflation is coming, your money is losing value, the banks are using it, and for you, you're not getting anything. So that's a kind of...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for helping me in expounding on the issue I was clarifying on. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of animal feeds was resolved solely in favor of the animal feeds importers. It is not there any longer. The issues the chair raises were there then, but now the matter has been settled and the importers are back to the original position before this problem arose. Mr. Speaker, on the IFRIS again, the committee chair says that taxpayers are required to install it in various, on what?
She can only tell you once she accesses the microphone. Now the Muchiga in him has resurfaced.
Since Honorable Asha is my friend, I give way.
You know, today we are fighting gender-based violence. The way you responded, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I seek clarification on a statement you just made when you say that the issue of value-added tax on concentrates was resolved solely on importers, for the benefit of importers. What does it mean? It's not clear to us what it means.
I want to refer you to the report. There are issues the Honorable Chair pointed out. We acknowledge these issues were there, misclassification as others and other things. But I'm trying to save time of Parliament. I'm looking at Mr. Speaker, the point on installation of IFRIS machines. If you have a hotel and you are required
okay,
to
just
install
let's make it very clear, okay? Honourable Minister, the members are saying they've had your answer on the issue of concentrates. So can you again maybe repeat for the members, because I had you, okay? But but can you repeat for the members to understand clearly that the issues which were raised in the petition of misclassification, charging VAT, issues that were favoring the bigger players, okay? You reversed that indeed, and now the importers have gone back to their original position before the petitioning. The original position is that these premix were not being classified as food. Isn't it, Honorable Chair? As animal feed. Chair, can...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, the dilemma we had in the committee is just because that I was rushing. The Ministry of Finance distanced itself from URA on this matter. So we don't know if what he's saying is actually going to be binding. Oh. Honorable Minister Kasaija informed the committee that URA did it without consulting. URA now seems to be handling the matter on its own. So I don't know if the minister is in this particular time giving a response also on behalf of URA.
Okay. Honorable Chair, number one, the minister is the supervisor of URA. So URA cannot come here on the floor. The minister is the supervisor of URA. To make it very easy, okay? Tomorrow, Honorable Minister, I'll give you space. Just even if it's 10 minutes, you update the House on the action taken on that specific issue. If there is any letter which you wrote, okay, so that it is very, very clear that indeed we have evidence, you sorted this matter. That's what colleagues need to know. Let the Honourable Minister finish, colleagues, then I open up to you.
Mr. Speaker, I will provide evidence to this regard, but also to settle the colleagues' hearts in as far as URA and the Ministry of Finance is concerned. URA is our agency. We supervise it, and it does implementation of our tax laws on our behalf. Therefore, whatever URA decides, we have a hand in it. And you cannot say one disowns another. We are one. Mr. Speaker, on installation of IFRIS, if you are running a hotel, we require you to install one machine. If you are running a supermarket, we require you to install an IFRIS machine once. You don't install at every point. So the chair, maybe these taxpayers, we need to confirm what they were saying. But as far as we are concerned, Mr. Speaker, we require IFRIS at one machine at a point of sale, not various points within one business. Yes, Honorable Santa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when the chair was making his presentation, he made mention of this IFRIS being very expensive to the tune of 20 million. So I would like you to inform the House whether what the chair submitted is true, because 20 million is not a small money. It's too expensive for the small business and medium income businesses.
Similarly, Honorable Minister, we wish to know, because as realized, the report is all about the need for ensuring that the initial cost is aided to the traders. Have you also provided that technical support where this very system is required of? Because entirely our traders are failing. Let's please note.
Thank you, colleagues.
Very important. I thank you, Minister, for giving way. There's also a challenge. You cannot issue an invoice to customers making a part payment or depositing for something that is not in stock, maybe that will be supplied if you make full payment. So how are you going to upgrade the system? Because now it is affecting business, because you cannot make an invoice on the IFRIS if maybe that specific item is not in stock and you only required to receive it when you've made full payment. So I need clarification on that.
Mr. Speaker.
No, no, Minister is going far. I would allow members the debate. You see, I don't want it to be just an interaction. So I wanted the Minister to wind up, then I allow members.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Santa is asking about the cost, 20 million from our side. The electronic device for VAT taxpayers is 1.1 million. That's the charge. And whether government can meet the cost, no, it is not possible, because the government doesn't have the money. That's why we require the taxpayers to meet this cost. Information from the chair.
Thank you, my senior colleague, Honorable Minister Msazi, for giving me a chance to give information. What URA has done is they do not have the resources to buy these machines. So they have sent businessmen to industry area. There are certain people who have imported these machines. So they only regulate the price of the machine, which is about 1.1 million, it is true. But the machine comes with other costs. It comes with costs of a software. It comes with costs of an expert to install this system. It comes with cost of an expert to put this system, to merge it with the URI system. Now, these costs are not regulated. So they have left the traders in the hands now of these people who are importing these machines.
Katesh wanted to say something about that.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to first of all appreciate the committee and the chair for the good report. Right Honorable colleagues, what happened here, I think, is an issue of technical interpretation as well as the issue of law. The harmonized system nomenclature, which is a method used for classifying traded products globally, is an international system that we all use. At the same time, we have got the VAT law that provides a regime according to our specific strategic needs. Now, on the side of interpretation, when you are applying the HS nomenclature, there are what we call the general interpretative rules, and under specific rule 4, which is rarely applied to mostly new technologies, it says that goods shall be classified under the heading appropriate to goods to which they are most akin to. Now, on the issue of concentrates, we are talking about animal feeds as a principle, which government wanted to exempt. So at the time of enacting the VAT law, the technology of concentrate was not yet in the picture. So what we are listing, what the law was listing under exempt supplies, are things like premixes without specifically mentioning the what? The concentrate. So this begs to the way we formulate our policies, Right Honorable Minister of Finance. We are reactive and not proactive. The strategic intention of this exemption was to deal with making sure that animal feeds are cheaper and we reduce the cost of production. That is the principle. And an animal feed is an animal feed. You are not going to use it for any other purpose. So, Ministry of Finance must take responsibility. If the strategic intervention of government is to lessen the cost of production. You cannot turn around midway during the year and you take a different direction and affect the business and the productivity of the country, eroding the competitiveness. So therefore, I want to call upon the minister that we must be able to look at these laws that we enact, particularly the local laws, and if we have intentions, they must be reflected in the laws, and we must be able to do it continuously and continuously, so that we do not have the clash between the international nomenclature and the local laws where you are listing things, yet technology keeps changing. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of, let me first go to UDB. As a businessman, I am disappointed that we have something called the Uganda Development Bank, but it should be Uganda Commercial Bank, because it is very easier and cheaper to actually get a loan from a commercial bank than UDB. The KPIs of UDB must be clearly defined by Ministry of Finance and enforced. You cannot have a facility and then the uptake is miserable, and we just keep quiet and we keep saying that we have put money in UDB, but the absorption rate is less than 60%. Honorable Minister, you cannot be proud of that. You cannot be proud of declaring profits of UDB every year instead of declaring the successful projects you have financed. That should be the KPI. So I want to call upon the Ministry of Finance. You must sit down with the board of UDB and discuss what was the intention of UDB. Is it to make money, or it is to finance development in this country? And if that is the case, what is the absorption rate of the money that we have appropriated to UDB to give to the private sector? Honorable Minister, you know very well that because of increased domestic borrowing in the market, you are crowding out the private sector. So people who want to invest that run to UDB are subjected to the same challenges they are meeting in the commercial banks. So I think the recommendation of the committee is very weak regarding UDB. We must come out as Parliament to task the minister to set KPIs that speak to the development, the key performance indicators that speak to the development intentions of why UDB was set up. The colleagues were pushing me to talk about IFRIS. The intention is good because it is trying to widen the net of making sure that people who are underreporting, under-receipting are captured. I think what we should be encouraging the minister is to have dialogue with URA, examine this report, look at the implementation so far, review it, and see whether there can be an approach that categorizes business according to their sizes, so that we do not kill the spirit of the private sector and we get tax, but then we lose out on widened economic activity. What I recall was that the cost of installation of IFRIS was supposed to be an allowable deduction. So that if the business has incurred and has spent 2 million on IFRIS, when they are presenting their financials, that should be an allowable deduction. I don't know if the law has changed, but that was supposed to be the spirit. So that it gives relief to the businesses and they do not incur unnecessary cost for compliance. So, Honorable Minister, rather than responding to the members' issues, I think you should. Allowable deduction means that if you have, declared your profits and you need to calculate tax, there are certain deductions that you remove before you apply tax. So it's basically expenses. So finally, Honorable Minister, I'm encouraging you to take note of what members are raising. Sit down with your agencies, study the report, and look at the issues raised and come back to Parliament when you have actually internalized it with the agencies. I submit.
Thank you.
We don't want another
Now, colleagues, you remember, because I want us to be very, very cautious, especially on UDB. UDB was a loss-making entity. UDB was an entity abused by politicians. If you could go back, you will find people were picking money, and then they go to Minister of Finance, and then they write off the debts. Whether business is struggling or not, anyone who would, it was a privilege by the what at that time to get money from UDB. Because I know very many people who got money from UDB and the minister could write it off as a bad loan. Okay? So, that means whatever we are doing with UDB, the issue of a business also playing its critical role, being a bankable project, is an issue which shouldn't be debatable. Because if it happens that way, the people who have been raising for us money for UDB are not going to give it to us. I remember most of the money we have put in UDB, however much we are appropriating it, it's money we were borrowing on concessional terms. So you're not going to be able to raise capital. This is not money we are getting from revenue. No. From taxes, no. It's money we are borrowing and giving a guarantee on behalf of UDB. That's how we've been able to recapitalize UDB. So anything we do in terms of UDB being strict so that it only lends to viable businesses should remain standing. If not, in 2 years, 3 years, you will have UDB also again corruption. Maybe the other issue would be on interest, ensuring that indeed the interest they are charging is still high. It's still high. It's still high. To me, 12%, I believe it's high. The president had talked of 8%. I don't know why we've not been able, because we bought at 3%. Why are we lending at 12%? We should be able to lend at a lower rate. Finally, on the one of widening the tax base, you see, we try, most of us do business in this town. We have a problem. Ugandans, most of them, when they are doing pricing, they price wrongly, because they will consider smuggling and tax evasion in the calculation of setting a price. The moment URA comes and grabs you and says, where is our money? The business right away. So if we could see a way of compliance, any effort aimed at compliance, and we support it. Compliance is different from harassment. It is a better way they can implement, but we should support efforts, because it is us here who have been saying we must widen the tax base. It is us here who have been saying our tax to GDP ratio of 13% is still low, when the one for the region is 17%. If we don't widen the tax base, you know, it's going to be a very, very difficult issue to deal with. Honorable Mara, then Masaba, then Dubai, then Byakatonda, and Nakut.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the Chairman for such an elaborate report. I have 3 points to make, Right Honorable Speaker. I will start with the IFRIS. I think this is one of the most innovative systems that the URA has undertaken to broaden our tax base and to allow the loopholes in tax collections to be closed. I'm a manufacturer. We have implemented this program, and we are doing well. Honorable members, as you are aware, our tax to GDP ratio is still only at 13%, and we need to progress this to 16% so that we collect more revenues and then we don't incur more debt. And so this effort should be supported by honorable members. The only thing I can say is that URA should take more time to educate the business people so that these things are implemented judiciously. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on concentrates, I would like to differ with the Minister and with the recommendations of the committee. And this is why. These concentrates, Right Honorable Speaker, 90% of its contents can be found in Uganda. We have, for example, 107 oil milling companies in Uganda, and they have soybean cakes, they have maize brands, they have sunflower cakes, and they have nowhere to sell them. The president prides that we have about 4,900 factories. Honorable members, if anything is to teach us, is COVID. We must begin to build domestic resources and products instead of relying on imported commodities. And that is why we are actually creating jobs for those citizens for which we are importing those items. And we are allowing our manufacturers to produce these items and no one is able to buy it. So the chairman said, Right Honorable Speaker, that some of our fish and other items are of poor quality. But we have UNBS. We should strengthen our own systems. And instead of throwing away that our things are of poor quality. So the next thing that will be happening, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the manufacturers, our manufacturing base, will collapse on account that we are not willing to take our own commodities.
Honorable Mara, if just a quick clarification.
Yes.
You're a manufacturer, you produce these items.
Yes.
How come people are going to import instead of buying from you locally? What is the problem?
I would allow information.
Right, Honourables, thank you. I want to thank my colleague for giving way. Right, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, there are issues with the quality, but most important of all, the issues with the capacity. The livestock sector alone requires approximately 600,000 metric tons of feed per year, of which 72% are poultry, 19.4% are for pigs, 8.5% are for dairy, while others constitute 0.1%. However, the installed capacity of all the recognized feed producers that include Ugachik, Binzika, Impala, and so that are making this concentrate is only 100,000 metric tons of the 600,000, of which they are only producing 60,000 metric tons per year of their 100,000 capacity. So the issue is the capacity of the existing manufacturers.
And I think price also, you charge high, Honorable Mara.
Yes, I am coordinating a lot with the manufacturers, and one of the key person in Kampala, the owner of Cafe Javas, Mandela, has installed 100,000 metric tons grain silos to really have those products in the country so that it can process these animal feeds here in Uganda and actually supply Kenya. So I think information.
Honorable Member, thank you for giving me way. The government implements a program called Warehouse Receipt System, which is premised on the Warehouse Receipt Systems Act of 2006. That law provides for setup of warehouses in different parts of the country where those raw materials which are needed for feeds are kept. Right now, if you go to Agroways in Jinja, if you go to Masge in Masindi, if you go to Kigumba, there are raw materials which can be used for making feeds that are not being consumed. So the information I'm giving is that we should be spending money on building capacity of more producers than support importation through Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Omara. The additional information I would like to give is based on research. I personally sampled some of the poultry feeds on the market from Ugachik, Hilltop, and then Ngondwe, and then did some analysis for the nutrients that they have. But the results showed that most of our feeds on the market are actually having less nutrients in them. And it is one thing that brings about quality issues. When you sample feeds from Kenya and then compare with the ones in Uganda, you realize that the ones of Kenya are actually more, they are of better quality compared to the ones of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker?
No, Honorable, I think that's unfair. It depends where you've gone.
Yeah, this is what I want.
You go to be in Zika, okay? And you buy. And then also go on a black market in Kenya, you see what you buy.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
So
this is what I want to propose.
Let us not compare our county to a disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm giving information. Yeah, this is proper information. This is what I would like to propose.
Your information.
I need to be protected.
Order, Dr. Batua. Order.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when we discuss animal feeds, we are basically discussing science. And in science, there is a formula. There has never been a situation where one can say that a product that has a formula, if manufactured in one country, it is of more quality as manufactured in another country. That can't arise in science. That has no space in science. But the space that is there is for adulterated products. And those products have a way they are handled. So, Right Honorable Speaker, is the honorable member in order to state loud and clear in a house like this that is a house of records, he intends to put it on record that animal feeds made in Uganda are of a poor quality as compared to our neighbor. Is he in order? And should he withdraw that statement?
Thank you. Honorable colleague, if there is any official study, okay, that compares the products from Uganda with those of Kenya, which found the ones from Kenya of better quality, please table it. If it's not there, withdraw that statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, first and foremost, I'm a vet doctor. I personally did research on feeds, and I would like to implore the House, where we are not doing wrong, well, we must correct it.
No, Honorable, you heard my ruling?
Yes.
Yeah, my ruling says, if there is evidence, a study, if your research was published, please lay it here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, comparing the two countries. If not, you withdraw it.
Finally, Honorable Speaker.
No. Please.
Motion.
For that purpose,
yeah,
I have evidence that I did research on the three types of feeds. I will table it.
Please, when you table it, I'll give you more space to talk.
Thank you.
For now,
finally.
No, for now, take your seat, Honorable colleague.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let Honorable colleague resume his.
Let me finish.
No, we are on a debate, so let us let the Honorable conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to urge the House that we need to consider very strongly.
Please, colleagues, just let's listen to each other, okay? Let me just give you a warning. You cannot come in a national legislature of a country and you make statements which are not peer-reviewed, which are not subjected to career research, which and they weaken the competitiveness of the country. Now, if one was advertising for Kenya, they would say it is on record in the Parliament of Uganda that feeds from Uganda are of a low quality. So why do you go to buy from Uganda? That affects the competitiveness of the country. But number two, individually instituted research, which is not peer reviewed, which is not subjected to any further interrogation and criticism, by a clearly established team of scientists. That one cannot be accepted here on the floor. So please, crack, that statement should not remain on our record, on the record of this parliament. It's very bad for our country.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for your ruling. I would like to suggest to the House that through the Ministry of Finance, for them to liaise with the private sector, the manufacturing sector, to see how we can quickly, increase the capacity of the country, because we have that capacity, and use domestic resources to supply the feed companies, really. Because we have a lot of raw materials. It's just a matter of working with the regulating authority, UNBS, with the private sector, and we use our own resources. And URA would be right, actually, to impose that tax.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you.
lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, on UDB, it is true, Right Honorable Speaker, that UDB was mismanaged in the past. They are now on a road to recovery. They are profitable. And I think that is, they've made a stride in the right direction. Two things need to be considered. One is we have a board in place. And I would like to request our Minister of Finance to really position our requests at the board, especially if you look at debt to equity ratio when they're lending to big companies. It's 40 to 60, which is actually not appropriate. We should actually go from 20 to 80 to allow the private sector to get that money. If the money was available, we will not go there. But if you say bring 40, we'll bring 60, it does not meet the capacity of the private sector. The second one is the tick box. As a business person, I had to go over 23 tick box. 23, that's too long. So we need to consider the entrance level without taking into account what the speaker has talked about in terms of maintaining the business fragility of those companies. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Honorable Masaba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Chair for the very nice and elaborative report. And thank you, my friend, Honorable Musasizi, for your answers, the ones you've given before we can raise our issues. I have two issues. One, it concerns UDB. One of the biggest challenge most of our people are facing is UDB being only in Kampala or having only, I think, one branch around town. So I think this is something you need to consider and see how you can decentralize it, how you can take UDB closer to our people. Because I have very many people in Mbale who have tried to access UDB, but they have to travel all the way to Kampala and keep going back, which is a cost in itself. So I believe this is something you need to work on. You need to work on what Honorable Mara talked about, the things that are required. Because I have about 2 people, I moved personally with them, and they had literally almost everything. They asked for statements, they asked for audited books of accounts, they asked for security. They had almost everything, but up to now, it's been a year, and they have never got that money. So I think you need to go back and see. That is one of the issues I've noticed about UDB. The second one concerns IFRIS. I think you've not been very accurate when you talked of IFRIS only needing one machine, because I operate businesses, and every point, if you're having a supermarket and you're having about 5-10 tellers, then every teller needs to have their own machines they're operating on, not that you'll need one machine to work on the entire business. So this is something I believe you can go back and see how you can centralize this. Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, it concerns still the IFRIS. Most of our people are illiterate and computer illiterates, and they cannot manage very well to run. So I believe the recommendation of the report to give our people about 1 year to get to learn on how to operate this. Remember, it works on data, real time, and it needs electricity and all that. So we have very many challenges our people are facing, and I believe it's right if we can give our people ample time to get to learn. And during this time, URA can roll out these outreaches to teach most of our people, because right now we have about 2 million taxpayers, but the same taxpayers are the ones being squeezed each and every day. So if URA can look at widening more and moving out more, if we could double the taxpayers to maybe 4 million, then it would be much better for us as a country, other than squeezing the very few people who are being taxed. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Yes, Honourable. By then, Honourable Pair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Honourable Chairperson
for
the report. And Right Honourable Speaker, I pray that these recommendations be implemented in the same spirit the way you consider this process of the report. Right Honourable Speaker, as a workers' member of Parliament, we are facing quite a number of challenges. During the lockdown, over 4,200 jobs were lost. And reinstating these people has been a challenge, and most of them actually women. Then you find that according to the Economic Policy Research Center, over this spell of COVID-19, we have lost about 5,000 jobs. And these are people who cannot actually fend for themselves. So I want to implore the Minister of Finance to do a thorough analysis of these recommendations and even ensure that we strengthen them. Because I think fortune economies are growing because of vibrant financial service standards. Can we benchmark and get the best in other economies that we can implement them here? Then the other thing is COVID-19 brought lessons. Why don't we step up our resilience? So that really we are not reactive like Honourable Msasa has put it. Then of course, why don't we promote public-private partnership and ensure that at least we engage stakeholders here? Have the visual space and ensure that we have expert discussion. Then engage stakeholders. Because like now, Casita, these things are at the back of their mind. And the challenge we have, we are not promoting our local industries. We only look at incentives to these other people who even repatriate their profits. And at the end of the day, we remain impotent in terms of economics. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to propose that vibrant policy is required to be done and ensure that at least the economy steps up. Otherwise, if we don't do that, Right Honourable Speaker, the loss of jobs, the loss of foreign exchange earnings,
the economy becomes impotent.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the new system set by URA, mostly in the supermarkets and the shops. When you go to supermarket right now when we live here, the speed at which that machine works does not match the speed at which people buy the goods in supermarket. So what the traders, the owners of supermarket are using, they are entering fewer things. That means government is losing taxes. So the system itself, I don't think it's going to work well. The Right Honourable Speaker, Ugandans are smart. I've heard in the report here, there is only one point where they are buying machines. You will not be surprised that some people have designed a business and impose on taxpayers. After that, the system failed. He has already sold his machine and he has got his profit. So, the minister, you should sit down and look at these things. Instead, government is losing taxes in that system because the traders are not entering everything. I'm telling you, practically, we buy things from hardwares, from supermarket. This is what is happening. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I had allowed Honourable Nakut before I went before. Hurry Aaron, yes. So Honourable Nakut.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I appreciate the committee for an excellent report. There are two things, in my view, that have not been captured well. While the report highlights a narrow scope of products in the IFRIS, the committee was shy to put a recommendation. I wonder why. Because they're saying, given the innovation of Ugandans, many products are excluded. Maybe, if it is possible to recommend modification of the system, the program, we would do it. Secondly, I agree with the committee on the need for clarity in the nomenclature of the VAT Act, of the issues we put in the VAT Act. I agree entirely. However, I prefer that the recommendation on the amendment be delayed to match the period when we will do the tax bills of the next financial year. Because, Right Honourable, the estimates of revenue for this year have already been made with the existing laws in place. Any amendment could affect our projection and the performance of our country. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable Agnes Apea, then Isingo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the chair of the committee for the report, and I commend the aspect of animal feeds. Much as a country, we need to invest in our animal feed production. The chair has ably shown us that we have a gap of 500 metric tons of animal feeds in this country. I was just reading a World Bank report, which is putting us at about $45 million import in animal feeds. And we are literally about 20 or 30th in the whole world where we import animal feeds. Right Honorable Speaker, this really implies that as a country we need to invest where we have the opportunity. Therefore, as my colleague has rightly put, we have all the raw materials in place, and we are collecting these taxes. I would wish to recommend or to ask the committee to include in that recommendation a proactive recommendation that affirmative action be put to invest or support the existing animal feed production companies, so that we do not come back here to talk about imports, and yet we have import substitution policies in this country. And we have always talked about improving the household incomes of our people. But if we are continually looking for where to put tax, and we are not mindful of the competitiveness of our people, we are not mindful of the cost of production as a result of this, then I think we would really be shooting ourselves on our back. I really implore, Chair, finally.
Thank you. Honorable Singoma, that's Dr. Sharif.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like also to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking the chair of the committee and the entire committee for a very good job, well done. I also want to thank the Minister for the elaborate explanations he gave us here on the floor. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to echo what colleagues have mentioned on this freeze technology by observing that this technology has not properly cascaded down to the periphery or to the lower areas. I'm representing Hoima City in this house, and I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, most of our business fraternity is challenged in terms of, customizing this freeze technology. My suggestion, Honorable Speaker, could the URA, through the Minister of Finance here present, be a little bit more proactive in terms of trying to familiarize our business communities at the periphery with this freeze technology, given the good and given the need for collective responsibility by all of us to ensure that we support the process. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif, and Dr. Rurume Bayiga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to speak on UDB first, because you said earlier on, you said you addressed this house that UDB needs to keep the money in the bank in order to maximize profits as they find clients. But recently, I had, by chance or luck, I was with somebody, a lady who had a small-scale business in 2020, and COVID-19 really brought her down, and she applied. And this lady failed to access this money. When recently committee was conducting this investigation, this lady was actually called. After assessing her business, they assessed that she was supposed to get about 4.5 million, but because of